Good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Jojo. Just getting started. What's up, Jay Nice? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's a rare Sunday morning live, right? Good morning, Butter's house. Yeah, we can rendezvous. I like Paul Russell. I need one, I need two. Good morning, folks. If you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, you have Sue. If you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, please make sure that you say hi in the comments, or I will not be able to know that you are here. And I would love to greet you. Good morning, Penny GF. Good morning, Witch. Good morning, Amy. Yep, and it is Sunday. Good morning, Crystal Intent by Katie. Good morning, Stroker. What do we got? Oh, it went really fast. Good morning, Funny Face. Good morning, Farah. And it went really, really fast. Again, good morning, just me. You're doing a 10-hour cleaning today? Yeah, so I'm going to do a 4-hour cleaning today, but later. So I'm going to be here for about 3 hours, and then at the end of those 3 hours, I'm going to be gone so that I can finish cleaning up before the grandbabies get back. So that's going to be the deal for me today, 100%. So we've got a lot to talk about today, so I appreciate you guys joining. Yeah, we got a lot to get into today. So good morning, Yolanda. How are you? Folks, if I have not greeted you, don't blame me. It's because it went really, really fast. So let's go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. Good morning, 5077. Good to see you all popping up in here. Good morning, Can Mom. I've had some music going this morning just to kind of get the blood circulating and getting things going. Good morning, Conchita. Good morning, Jersey Girl. Good morning, folks. So things that are on the agenda. We're going to touch on what happened last night. We are not going to spend a ton of time there because I don't think that it's required. And I don't know that it's actually of benefit to anybody to spend a ton of time there. Good morning, Cam. Good morning, Sage. Good morning, John. Good morning, Martin, Linda. Sebastian, good morning, everybody. So I'm glad to have everybody join and hope that we are going to have a great conversation. Right. Blah, 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 blah. Exactly, Amy. Good morning, Grammy. Good morning, Auntie Trisha. So we're gonna touch on it for a minute. And then we got a whole lot of things that I want to really get to today. I had a little bit of, I don't know if you would call it an epiphany, right? But I definitely had a shift of perspective, over the last 12 hours, right? As I really started to think about this time that we are living in. And, so one of the things that, I've always known that what we are living in is like a really I got you, Cam, no worries. Good morning, coolest mom ever. I know that we are living in a time that is definitely unusual. Good morning, 2409. Hey, Flying Nana. And it is, this word, I think that we should retire this word, effective immediately, right? Good morning, Political Jess. I think we should retire the word unprecedented because I just think that every day, that was a word that was applicable in 2016. I don't know that word is even relevant anymore. I don't think that it's adequate to describe what we are experiencing. Good morning, Tara Love. And so I just think that, it's been a decade now. You find a new word because unprecedented does not do it justice. You know what I mean? So I think it's really important that we, let's get a little bit of reality. Let's get grounded. Let's get centered. Let's talk about what is and what isn't. And then let's try to make sense of the world that we live in. Good morning, Stacy. And so that's really what I want to try to do today, right? Make it make sense. Because I don't believe that, I think that a lot of it does make sense depending upon what your agenda is, right? Well, depending upon what your goal is, this could make a lot of sense. You know what I mean? And so, good morning, Stephen. Good to see you. I am bright and early this morning. That is because the grands come back today, right? And good morning, Wasim. And so I want to get in my TikTok time and then, and of course, my Facebook and YouTube time, and then get things cleaned up and ready to go before they get here, right? So, There's nothing about any of this that's even remotely shocking anymore. One of the things that I'm going to ask the folks on TikTok to do is to ignore bots, ignore trolls, just ignore the fuckery. Okay. Don't give them any of your energy today, please. Let all of your energy come this way. Okay. All of it come this way. We're not going to entertain the bullshit today. Good morning, Nance. Good to see you. So that's what I'm going to ask. And I know it's going to be difficult for some of you guys, right? I know it's going to be difficult for some of you guys, but just put the blinders on and let me take care of whatever there is going on in the room. How about that? Let's do that. Good morning, Laura. Good morning, Dion. So just let me handle all of that. Okay. And if you have trouble with your blinders, go ahead and swipe the comments away until you can handle it. Okay. Good morning, Lynn. So for those of you guys who do not know, we are in the middle of a weekend of action where we are sharing information in our neighborhoods, in our online communities, of things that are relevant to the people in our lives and in our communities, right? So some of the things that we are doing is we are sharing graphics and flyers and information about, what's changing with Medicaid. And how is that going to impact your specific congressional district? What's changing in SNAP? Right. So like what are going to be the numbers because of this reduction in federal funding? Who all is it going to impact in your community? And so those are things that we've been busy posting across social media and then, sharing with our neighbors, whether it's going to our libraries or whatever, and those types of things. So we're going to talk about that a little bit today as well. Hey, Amira. I love that, Can Mom. I love that. So we're going to talk about some of those statistics today. We're going to look at the sources of where that information comes from. How do we know what those things like really mean? And should you be concerned, right? And my opinion is, yes, you should be concerned, because the reality is that whenever someone loses access to something that comes from the federal government, that means locally, that means within your state, you guys are going to be picking up the bill. You're going to be footing the bill in some form or some fashion down the road when it doesn't come from our federal government, right? And I think that we should also talk about this notion that, good morning. I think we should also talk about this notion that the only responsibility the federal government has is in the defense of or in the protection of the people. I don't know where this idea came from. Right? I don't know where this idea came from that the only responsibility the federal government has is the military or is an armed defense, because that's just not so. You will not find that outlined in the Constitution. You will not find that in any way, shape, or form spelled out anywhere. So that's a narrative that we need to address head on and just do away with, right? Hello, Jay. And so I just want to, those are just a few of the things. You're on the tube. Of course you are, Nini. So Nini loves to watch me on YouTube so that she can cast me to her TV as if I've got a TV show. So we love that for her. She literally will come up in here and say, are you on the tube? Because that's where she prefers to see me. So we love that for her. And so, yes, I'm on the tube today. Christine said, oh, good idea. Yeah, you have on both too. See, there you go. Good morning, DNS Payne. You never thought about that too. All of these guys are like, oh, you know what? I should do that too. Yeah. So I'm about to be on your iPad and TV. Love that. Love that. Love that. So yeah. So these are just some of the things that I want to talk about today. And we are gonna touch on what happened last night. We're gonna touch on the fact that that's what you do too, Tara Love. I love that for y'all. Cute. Aw. Feel the love from y'all. Feel the love. Yeah, Stacy, right? You wish you weren't on the move. You could do that too. Yeah, I hear you. So, all right. So let's kind of break this down and let's see what we want to talk about first. We'll start with last night. And I don't know if you all saw or not, but on my Facebook, I actually shared the video that C-SPAN posted. So C-SPAN actually was zoomed in on the president and the first lady at the table before everything even popped off, right? Good morning, Linda. And so they were on it, and then they zoomed out kind of like when everything happened. And what was interesting about that to me, right, was that what was interesting about that to me was that I could hear the pop, 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 but there was like this delayed reaction, right? It didn't seem like Melania heard it, but the president just seemed to keep talking and what have you. And you know what I mean? Like it just didn't seem to be this how can I say? It just didn't seem to be a very like excited, like holy shit, something's popping off. Like it just didn't seem to be a thing. Right. It didn't seem urgent. Exactly. Great response. Exactly that word. It didn't seem to have any urgency behind it. And then besides that, I think one of the things that was interesting about all of this, so he has been identified. His name is Cole Thomas Allen is his name. He's a teacher from California. I believe he's like a NASA fellow or something like that. And from what I've been able to glean from reports is that he was a teacher. He had a shotgun, a handgun, and then some knives. Like when I think about like a real attempt to like assassinate, I don't think about those weapons. Good morning, Burke. Or is. He is. Sorry, Conchita, is. He's a NASA fellow or something. He's a teacher. Apparently, like he's a really highly regarded teacher. Yeah, he is alive. Although at first the reports were that he was deceased, but no, he's alive, right? So things that I think are important about this, right? Things that I think are important about this. How do you even get into the building with those things? How do you even get into the building with those things? I don't even know how that works, right? I don't even know how that works. Next, the Democratic Party was very quick to jump right on social media and say this is an act of political violence and it should be condemned by everyone and da 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 blah 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 blah. And I hear you. Political violence should be condemned. My point is we don't yet know if this is political violence. We don't know this. We don't know this. I don't know what this individual had in his mind. I don't know if his beef was with the president of the United States or if his beef was with the press. You know what I'm saying? It was the correspondence dinner. And so I think that I think that this jump to conclusions by both Republicans and Democrats and members of the press does not serve us well, right? This assumption, because I think what this assumption does is it creates this narrative where they get to dictate what is and what isn't political violence. And I don't think that is good for us either. Salam, Abdul, right? So here are my thoughts, right? Hey, Noor, here are my thoughts. We don't know shit. That's my central thought is we don't know anything about this guy, about his motives, about his intentions. We don't know anything. And so I think that it is a mistake for the media and for members of Congress and the administration to start telling people what it was. Because to be quite frank, we don't know what it was. And here's the other thing. No matter what it was not justification for a secure fucking ballroom. Let me just say that. It was not justification for a quote unquote secure fucking ballroom. And I'm just going to tell you this. This is my personal take. I don't believe that the president of the United States is worried about having things secured and protected. And the reason why I don't believe that is because we literally had some of the most sensitive classified documents in the world sitting beside a fucking toilet and on a stage for years at Mar-a-Lago after his first term. So the idea that somehow this president or this administration is overly concerned with keeping things secure is wild to me, because we've never seen that demonstrated. Right? We've never seen that demonstrated by the people that are in this administration. So I think that, number one, I'm not going to say, hey, it was staged, it wasn't staged, because I don't know. I'm now on your TV too, Tori. Love that for you. I don't know if it was or if it wasn't. Right? What I do know is that, and here's my take. If it wasn't staged, okay, if it wasn't, then that would mean the FBI and the Secret Service failed miserably at their jobs. First, for even allowing him to get into the building, and second, in the lack of urgency in their response to what happened, right? So pick one. Was it staged, or do you just suck at your job? Which of those two things is true? Just saying, right, book junkie, and not for the first time. And so for me, I'm maybe both, I don't know, right? But what I'm saying is we just don't know. We just don't know. And so for me, I'm not going to tell you that this was political violence, because I don't know, right? This may be someone who is tired of seeing the mainstream media in this country not do its fucking job. It may be someone being really upset that fucking journalists who have been denigrated by this administration, who have been called names and disrespected by this particular president for a decade now. It may be that somebody said, how in the fuck are you having an event to honor an individual that totally disgraces you and threatens what you do for a living, right? That has jailed you, that has gone after you for attempting to tell the truth, right? It may be someone that says, how are you all having a party, a glitzy party, while journalists around the world are being targeted for doing their job, right? So we don't know the motive of this individual. I don't know if this individual was upset at the press. I don't know if this individual was upset at the president. I don't know if this individual was upset at Secret Service. Like, I don't know. I don't know. And so I think that it's a mistake. I think that it's not wise for people in the administration, in the press, in whatever, right, to act as if they know when they don't. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so that's my thing, is we just don't know what did or didn't happen. And so I don't think that we should be talking about what we know, because we don't know this about this particular individual. And so since everyone, you can't possibly know the intention or the motive behind someone when he's not even been identified, right? You got to remember, folks, that people were talking about what this was before anyone ever had identified the individual. And I think that that's like crazy. You know what I mean? I don't think that we should be doing that. So those are my things. I will wait until more information comes out. I will wait to see if this defendant gets an attorney, what the attorney has to say, all of those different types of things, right? So, yeah, so that's my thought. And so other than that, I don't really have much to say about what happened last night, right? I just don't. Yeah. So, and let me just say this, if there's anybody that comes into this room and your response to anything that I'm saying involves a former president, a former administration, a former anything, that is called deflection, my friend. And what I would suggest is that you get into the present moment and deal with what's happening in the present moment. Because whatever happened previously under any other administration isn't relevant today. That's not the subject matter, right? So it behooves us to talk about what's happening right now in this moment. right? So if you are one of those people that every time something is said about this administration or about this president or about this moment, if you are that person, thanks, I appreciate that, right? Thanks, Carlo. If you are that person, then you are just looking for excuses not to have to deal with what's happening in the moment. And maybe that's because you voted for someone and you now understand and see that the person that you voted for isn't doing the things that they promised. It may be that you now see the truth about some of the people in this administration and what they do and don't value, and you're having a difficult time, having that, come to grips with the reality, like the reality and what you thought was so. And I understand that that can be really difficult, right? To have to understand that the person that you hoped someone could be isn't who they truly are is difficult to accept, right? And I get that. What I would encourage you to do is be an adult, lean into the discomfort, right? Lean all the way into the discomfort and figure some shit out and be an adult, right? And so, and if you think that I'm incorrect about any of those things, then I would invite you to absolutely join this panel right now and we can have a conversation about that. Now, I will share this with you. When you choose to join my panel and have a conversation with me, it's going to be a very fact-based, respectful conversation. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a fact-based, respectful conversation because in this space, I ask for four things. I ask for people to be respectful. I ask for people to not use slurs of any kind, no matter what side of any aisle you are on. I ask that you don't spam my comments, right? Because it hurts the algorithm and it's not productive. And then fourth, I ask that you don't type in all caps. And the reason for that is it's reserved for my moderators. And then I have folks that I know who follow me and tune in that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those individuals. So just be respectful of people that have disabilities, right? Those are the only four things that I ask for, So, so as long as you can do those things, then we can have a conversation. So, what we will do is I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel that are in the queue. I'm going to ask that you folks put yourself on mute until I get to you, and then we can begin this conversation. Okay, let's do that. There I go, hitting the wrong button, which I didn't mean to do. Some of you may not have meant to request. Maybe you were tapping and you ended up in the request box, and that's okay. Whoops, I don't know what I just hit again. Good morning, Linda. Did you mean to request up?
No, Dani, I didn't. That was a mistake.
No worries. I got you. No worries. I got you.
I love you though.
Appreciate you. Okay, so it looks like everybody that requested up didn't mean to, which is great, which is fine. No worries. We'll kind of keep right on going. Okay. Right. So they're going to reschedule the event within 30 days. Right, Lorraine. I heard that as well. So I think what I hope is that in the next 30 days, Secret Service and the FBI figures out how to do their job and create a secure environment for everyone who's going to be in attendance. That's what I hope. I think that, it's been a year now and we've not seen that they've learned from any event, whether it's an outdoor event, whether it's an indoor event, whether it's golfing, whether it's whatever. People don't seem to have a good grasp of how to do their job. So maybe we should look at, hiring some more people or investing in some training, right? I know that we tend to cut training in this administration, but it might do well for people to be able to do that. I haven't seen the Lego video. Good morning, Shantae. I haven't seen the Lego video to even comment on it. What I will say about all the Lego videos, all right? Here's what I will say about all of the Lego videos. They do a fantastic job of disseminating information in a digestible manner and in a way that people want to share it. So if you actually listen to the words of all of the Lego videos, if you listen to the words of all of them, there is a lot of fact in those Lego videos. There's a lot of messaging in those Lego videos. And they are doing a fantastic job of getting their messaging out in a way that resonates, especially with young people in the United States of America. So I would just say that about all of the Lego videos, regardless of what they have been. They are typically based on lots of facts and information. And yeah, no, I mean they turn them out pretty quick. They turn them out. I would not be surprised to know that there are people that are designated that that's their job, right? That's their job. And so I would imagine that those people are watching what's happening in the messaging and what's happening in the Americas, to be able to, that's their job, right? So hey, Veronica, that would not surprise me in any way, shape, or form. And what it also tells me is that they have been paying attention to this administration and the players that have been pushed into this administration for a very long time, like way before 2025, right? If you listen to the things that they have said, so like when they go back and they talk about the things that are involving the Secretary of Defense, and they talk about the allegations from 2017, and they talk about his marriages, and they talk about the cheating, and they talk about the drinking, and they talk about Fox News and Friends, and them saying that he was toxic in the workplace. These are folks that have done their due diligence, right? These are the folks that have done their due diligence. So I think that that's really, really important for people to to pay attention to, because these are folks that that know what they're talking about, and they have chosen a really great way. There's not any American that isn't familiar with Legos, right? If you think about it, Legos are a part of our culture and who we are, and so they've chosen something that all of us can relate to, that many of us have played with, and that we purchase for our kids and our grandkids, right? And so yeah, right, VJ, it's universal. And so they picked things that are universal no matter where you are. So they picked Legos. What else did they pick? They picked music. Listen, music is the one medium, right? It's art. Art is the medium that carries messaging and has throughout history. When you think about some of the most monumental times in history, it has been the music that has carried the messaging, right? I'm just saying. And so it's just really important for people to understand how smart this is, to be able to use things that people like, music and Legos, to carry messaging. And if you haven't noticed, the messaging is not to the Trump administration. The messaging is not to Donald Trump. The messaging is not to the president. It's not to his administration. It's not to the US military. The messaging is to us. The messaging is to the American people. The government in Iran is talking to us. And they are saying, listen, we're not mad at you. We love Americans. It's your administration, it's your government we have an issue with, right? I just want you to know. And they're saying you're being used, you're being abused. You know, your government is funding this particular organization. Your government has this to do with this, and they are taking advantage of you. And if we are all being honest, most of us already know that. Regardless of what political party you belong to, you understand that the government has been taking advantage of the people for a very long time. We understand that our government has no problem with corporate welfare, right? But they have a problem with welfare for people, for marginalized groups, right? And so I think it's really important that people listen, and try to listen through different lenses, right? Don't listen in defense of. Listen for information. And then after you listen for that information, write the information down and then go look it up. Then go dig in, right? No, sis, I don't. Give me 1 second. My daughter just asked me a question. Okay. So, it's just really important that, that people do that. And so why do I ask you to do that? Because you need to know it for yourself. Listen, there is something to be said for like when you hear things from people, that's great because you've heard it from someone. But it's different when you hear something and then you go through the doing the due diligence to verify what you've heard, because then no one can take that knowledge from you. Right? And that's why I have the link tree that I have, because I want people to go into that link tree and verify the things that I've said. That is why when I'm on here, I turn my camera around and I show my sources, because I want people to see where the information is coming from, because I don't want you to just trust me. I want you to see where it's coming from. I want you to know it for yourself, because once you know it for yourself, no one can tell you any different. Now, if you are not doing that, if you refuse to look something up, then that's just avoidance. That's just avoidance. And that means you're not being patriotic. You're not being a patriot, because a patriot is willing to accept the things that might be difficult, that might be hard, that might be challenging, because you believe in the people of your country and you desire for us to be truly great, right? So if you're not doing that, you have to ask yourself why. You really do. Explore why you are unwilling to verify things that you've heard. You know? So that's the part that's really important. Okay? Is being willing to say, "Ooh, I hope this is not true, but if this is true, I want to know that it's true." And that's the way I feel on many given days when I learn about what we are doing or what we have done, you know? I'm like, "Dear God, I hope this is not true." Like I sincerely hope that this and this and this and this and this isn't true. But if it is, I really do want to know. I really do want to know, because I need to be able to hold my government accountable for the choices that it makes. And then I need to be able to vote accordingly based on that information. Right, Carlo. And so that's part of it, is that people don't desire to be held accountable. Right. And so it's really important for people to understand those things and how they show up. Okay. Let's take a look and see what's happening in the queue. All right. So, folks, listen, when I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. And I would be really appreciative of that, because I need to be able to manage what's happening with everybody that's going to be on the panel. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to accept in the order that they are on my thing. And if you tapped and you accidentally ended up in the request box, just decline and go on, and it's okay. Don't worry. No worries. No worries at all. No worries at all. Just put yourself on mute until I get to you. That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay. So ran with it. Did you mean to request up to the panel?
Yes, thanks for having me on your panel. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? What you got to say?
Okay, I'm 64. I live in Oakland, California.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just going across, TikTok, and then I looked up at your right-hand corner of your prompt,
Mm-hmm.
and it has like the American flag upside down.
Yes.
And then it has like the Palestinian, I guess you would call that a Palestinian flag.
Mm-hmm.
And then it has like a peace bird.
Yeah, it's a dove.
A peace dove, yes.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of brought me on your panel, because first of all, I'm a proud American. I love America. And for the simple fact that we have a Bill of Rights,
Mm-hmm.
we have a Constitution that's enshrined in our Constitution. And like, America isn't perfect, but in this world, we have the most foundational rights that a human being could ask for. We have religious freedom. And in a lot of Muslim countries, including Palestine, the fake country of Palestine, they do not allow a Hindu or a Buddhist to pray to their God or pray to the God of their understanding. In Saudi Arabia, these people are unalived. These people, and then plus, all Arab countries, all Muslim countries practice child marriage. These are kids that are 6 to 8 years old being given off in marriage to men that are 60, 70 years old. It's disgusting. And I can't believe a person would just overlook that. It would just overlook that and defend these people, defend them.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
like I said, when they did a vote in the so-called Palestinian Authority, every Palestinian voted for Hamas. Every Palestinian, like if the PLO and Hamas was to have an election, Hamas would win, hands down.
So hold on, I want
to. People chant from the river
ran
to the
ran with it. Hold on for 1 second. So I want to correct a couple of things. So the Palestinian Authority is in the West Bank, right? Hamas is only in Gaza. So when you say the election that the Palestinian Authority had, it wouldn't have anything to do with it. Would hold on a second. Ran with it. I know when Hamas was elected. I'm aware. Okay. What I am telling you is that the Palestinian Authority is not in Gaza. So the Palestinian Authority had nothing to do with Gaza's election and Hamas. Okay. So those are two separate entities and they don't have anything to do with each other at all.
But they had a free election in 2006
in which
Palestinian
ran with it. Stop it. Ran with it. You're not going to interrupt me, sir. Listen, this is very clear. They had an election in 2006 that had nothing to do with the Palestinian Authority because the Palestinian Authority is not in Gaza. They are only in the West Bank. They have nothing to do with Gaza's elections. Absolutely nothing to do with Gaza's elections. Like zero, zilch, nothing. So I'm aware that they had an election in 2006. I'm also aware that that election, part of the one of the organizations that was in Palestine and was there to witness those elections and to visit all of the areas within the election within Gaza was the Carter Foundation. President Jimmy Carter was there for those elections. Were you aware of that? You can come off mute now. You can come off mute now.
It's okay. You could come up on a panel and
ran with it. Talk to me, please. Talk to me, please. Okay. Were you aware that the Carter Foundation participated in all 3 elections in Gaza and that former President Jimmy Carter was there for all 3 of the elections that happened in Palestine, in Gaza?
Well, ma'am, I just want to know, do you...
But I'm asking you, were you aware of that?
Okay, aware of...
Are you aware that the Carter Foundation, right,
Carter,
was...
What is that?
I just told
Jimmy
you.
Carter?
So...
Okay. You're speaking of Jimmy Carter,
so,
president?
Yes, I just said very clearly, the former president of the United States of America, Jimmy Carter, has a foundation. That foundation participates in civil rights and humanitarian rights all over the world in different situations, right? And so when it came to the elections that happened in Gaza in 2006 and before, the Carter Foundation was there, right? And so as part of that electoral process, like they visited all of the communities within Palestine. So what I'm asking you is, when you talk about the 2006 election, are you aware that the Carter Foundation was there, and so was the former president of the United States, Jimmy Carter?
Yes, I am aware, and I'm also aware that a war broke out in Gaza, and the Hamas violently killed the PLO. Many of their soldiers were killed, and they violently drove the PLO out.
So can you share with me?
That much I do know,
so
ma'am.
can you share with
That's
me?
the truth.
So can you share with me what the Carter Foundation said about the elections? Can you, since you know that they were there, can you share with me what President Carter said about Palestine and Israel and the elections?
I don't recall the Carter Foundation. This is new information for me.
So you didn't know that they were there?
No, I did not know that.
But you just said that you knew that they were there.
Ma'am, I'm just telling you what I know.
No, but you literally.
Telling you what I know.
But hold on for a second, ran with it. You just said to me that you knew that they were there. You said you knew that. And now you're saying it's new information. So I'm asking you, which is it? Did you know that the Carter Foundation was there and that the president of the United States?
But what difference does it make?
Well, because it makes a
make a difference.
Okay, could you do me a favor and not yell? It does make a difference. And the reason why it makes a difference, right, is first of all, for people to understand that half of Gaza's population is children, right? And not everybody that's there actually votes. But regardless, let me ask you a question. Can you tell me, ran with it, when was Hamas formed?
You're asking me like really specific questions.
Yeah, because they're important.
Muslim, so why don't you
ran with it. So first of all, being Muslim has nothing to do with this conversation. That would be number one. Okay, that's number one. Number two, whatever my religion is really none of your fucking business at all, right? The number three, the thing that is really good is if you do not talk about me personally, because then that makes it seem like you don't actually have facts to discuss. You just screamed over me. Don't talk over me, please. That's rude. That's rude. I have made zero assumptions about you. And it would be wise for you to make zero assumptions about me. Okay? My faith is none of your business, and it has nothing to do with this conversation. Right? So I don't have to be Muslim to know facts. I just have to be responsible. So for example, when I wanted to understand Palestine, and when I wanted to understand Hamas and how all of those things came to be, I went and I researched those things. Right? That has nothing to do with religion. That just means, could you please stop interrupting me? Like, just be respectful. So the question that I ask you is, and you said I'm asking you for specific things, and the reason why is specificity matters, right? When we talk about things such as countries and war and different organizations and what groups did or didn't do, and when people are killed or not, specificity matters, right? We should want to be specific, and we should want to be specifically accurate when we talk about what has or hasn't happened, especially when the United States of America plays a significant role in it, right?
Why you got our flag upside down?
Because that's a proper use of the flag. So when
it's not.
It is, excuse you, sir. It 100% is.
I love America.
Do you see what I am? Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. Hush your mouth. You see this? You see this? You see this? So it is a proper use of the American flag when you are in distress to fly the flag upside down. And you don't get to determine when I feel that this country that I served is in distress. And so what you're not going to do, number one, is pivot, because we weren't talking about the flag just now. We were talking about being specific with information and facts. And we're going to go back to that. That's what we're going to do. And what you're not going to do is scream over me, because that's not going to work on my panel. Specificity is important. When we are talking about what happens and what the United States of America is doing and not doing, This is what your government, what my government that we elected, right? This is what they participate in, and it's important. And it's important that we are factually accurate when we talk about things, even if they aren't great about our own country. Like, that's what it means to be a patriot, is to be able to acknowledge both the good things and the not so good things about your own country in order to require that they be better, right? Nationalism says, oh, I support my country no matter what it does. And nationalism throughout history has been horrible for people. Okay, so my question to you again is, can you share with me when Hamas was created and why? What happened in order to precipitate the formation of Hamas?
The only thing I know about Hamas is that they're a terrorist organization.
By what definition?
Destruction of Jews.
But no, they're not. That's not accurate. That's not accurate.
The Palestinians under
that's not accurate. Ran with it. Ran with it. So here's not what you're gonna do. I just told you, you're not gonna talk over me. I literally told you that, sir. I literally said, don't do that. This is not difficult. So what you know about Hamas isn't actually knowing anything about Hamas. Okay, so the first thing I just said, don't interrupt me. Why is that hard? Are you unable to be respectful? Are you at 64 years of age? Are you simply not able to be respectful? You are 64 years old, sir. So, and you just said that at the beginning of this. So are you able to respect or not?
Ma'am, I've been respectful.
No, you're not. Every time you interrupt me and talk over me, that is not being respectful. So are you able to be respectful or not?
Ma'am, I've been respectful.
I asked you a question, ran with it.
Yeah,
Are you able to be respectful or not?
I've been respectful.
No, you haven't. And so maybe you don't know what respect is.
I do.
No, you don't. Because I'm going to show you, I'm going to say this. My 12-year-old grandson knows that if I say, don't interrupt me, he knows to hush his mouth until I finish speaking. And then he can speak after that. So he understands when I say, don't interrupt me, that to be respectful means to don't speak until I'm finished speaking. And that is not something, sir, that you have done in this entire time. So I'm going to ask you, are you able to be respectful and not interrupt me?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So things that people should know is that just like Hezbollah and Hamas, both of those two entities came into being in a direct response to attacks from Israel. So there was a horrendous attack in Lebanon that happened in 1982. And prior to that moment, there was no Hezbollah, none at all. Same thing in Hamas. Hamas wasn't created until 1988, right? And it was in direct response to attacks and actually genocidal attacks by Israel on those organizations. And when the PLO was actually becoming a respected governing body in Palestine, Benjamin Netanyahu actually funded the Hamas because they did not want the PLO to become a respected government, because then the UN, they all might vote to make Palestine a recognized state. And Israel did not want and still does not want a two-state solution. So these are all verifiable facts that Israel actually sponsored, funded Hamas.
So you support terrorism then, right?
So,
you support terrorism?
So what I'm asking you is,
I'm asking you a question.
I heard you, but first of all, this is not the way it works. 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 And I hope you don't kiss your mother with a mouth like that. 64 years old, and you resort to calling me a bitch. That's what I thought. You ran. That's what I thought. That's what a crash out looks like. That's what a crash out looks like on TikTok when you can't handle facts. That's what it looks like when you crash out on TikTok because you come ill-equipped for a conversation with someone that knows facts. That's what it looks like. And what's so sad about that is a grown-ass man. By his own admission, he's a 64-year-old man in this country, crashing out, and because he cannot handle the facts that I'm giving him, he wants to call me a bitch. Right? That is what it looks like. And the only thing that I will say about that is I hope you are being paid well for that fuckery. I hope somebody is paying you to behave like that. Because if not, you are a sad representation of a 64-year-old man and a 64-year-old Black man in this country. It is wild to me to see people, to see individuals be unable to accept factual information. And especially when I see it coming from Black men. Why? Because I'm biracial, right? And what's really wild is when I see people like that and men like that that are justifying and supporting organizations that specifically attack Black people, brown people. It's wild to me. So anyway, let me just say this to you all. When you give someone facts and then the next thing they say is, oh, so you support terrorists. What that is an attempt to deflect because they don't want to address the facts that you just gave it to them, right? Because giving people accurate historical facts does not say or demonstrate support at all, right? What it does is it just says, these are the facts, right? That's what it means. And I think when we talk about terrorism, it's really important that we understand what it means to be a terrorist. Okay? Because there are very few Western countries and Western governments that are not thought of as terrorists in other parts of the world, especially in the global South. Right? The United States of America is considered a terrorist country by much of the global South. And accurately so. So is the UK, right? The EU, France, Germany. You know, I would say that the country of Germany have been terrorists, right? Not only because of the age cost, but because of the genocide committed against the Congolese people, right? So when we use that word and we throw it around, it's important to remember that the United States of America isn't the country that gets to say who is or isn't a terrorist. That's not the way it works. And the same measure by which you judge someone else is the measure by which you shall be judged. Okay? So everything that this government has accused other organizations of committing is what we have, right? So it's really important to talk about those things and to understand them. Because if we don't, then we can never create something different. Okay? Change starts with acknowledgement. And after you acknowledge it, you have to accept it to be so. And once you do that, then you can own it. And when you own something, then you can do something about it. Okay? All right. Good morning, Angela. How are you? Angela, did you mean to request up? San, why are you mad? Angela. Oh, there you go. Did you mean to request that?
No.
No? Okay. I got you. Okay. So before I get to James, I want to say something to folks. I know that some of you guys get upset when people talk to me. Here's what I want you to do. Good morning, Ja. Here's what I want you all to do. I want you all to take your cue from me. If I am not upset, you don't get upset. I don't take what Ran With It did personally. Good morning, Siva. I don't take what he did personally at all. He's not equipped to have a conversation with me, right? He doesn't have the tools to express himself in a way that is respectful. And it is disappointing, but don't be mad about it, right? Don't spend your energy on that, right? Yeah. And so, right, he's not equipped to have conversations with pretty much anyone. Yeah, he was wrong, but here's what I also know. So let me just give y'all this, right? Here's what I know. And this is something that I really want you all to hang on to. He is his own karma. He is his own karma. People that love themselves, people that are in a good place, people that are happy and content with who they are, they don't behave like that. They don't behave like that. Right? He is his own karma. And what I know and what I recognize is that anything that someone sends towards me is returned to them threefold. So if you send to me really good shit, it's returned to you threefold. If you send to me fuckery, it's returned to you threefold. Megan, Chris will never join my panel. Chris 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever his name is, Chris will never join my panel because Chris has already joined my panel and deemed himself unable to follow the guidelines, right? And Chris has no desire to have a respectful, fact-based conversation. So Chris will just sit in those damn comments and run his mouth until I get sick of him or he says something he knows he's not supposed to say, and then he ends up muted like he did yesterday. Yeah, Chris can't stand me, but he be here every day. Chris has what we call Dani derangement syndrome. That's what Chris has. Dani derangement syndrome. That's what he has. DDS. And he has it bad. He has it bad. Yeah, he does. But he'll be all right. It's okay. Do you know the cure for Dani derangement syndrome? Just go ahead and become a progressive. That's all you got to do. Not a Democrat, but a progressive. That's all you got to do. And then you will find that you get fixed. Listen, and he even has more than one profile. He even has more than one profile. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring some other folks up to the panel, and then I'm going to get to James. But I would like for you to put yourself on mute when I bring you up to the panel until I get to you. Okay? Yeah, Jody, you know. Let's see. Okay, so give me 1 second. When I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Appreciate it. And if you didn't mean to request up, that's okay. I'm just going to keep going till I can clear some things out. Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Oh, thanks, Gemini. I will. All right, folks. So put yourself on mute for me. Let me reset this TikTok Go, y'all. And we will get it popping in one moment. Boop. And we will do one more. And confirm. Done. Love that. Okay. So, Mr. James, good morning. Happy Sunday to you. How are you?
Hello. It's been a while since I've been able to get
up on the panel, but thank you for letting me be up here.
Yeah.
I'm actually amazed at people who suggest they are Americans, but quickly want to tell people where to go live. I mean, I thought part of our Constitution allowed us free speech and the exchange of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you share ideas that are different, somebody want to tell you where to go live. It's just I don't get that. We're not supposedly, our Constitution is to allow for exchange
Mm-hmm.
and an opportunity to merge our ideas together to make our nation better. And respecting the Constitution is what makes you a patriot, not blindly following somebody else's idea of what's right.
Mm-hmm.
When you show the flag upside down and you share why you think you have it upside down, that should indicate that you thoughtfully did it and it wasn't in spite.
Right.
And so somehow or another, they just see it as spiteful without listening to the reasoning.
Yeah.
And also, it is not being a terrorist when you fight back against your oppressor.
Yeah.
You know, if you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone.
Right.
But if you cause me strife, then I need to call you strife so you recognize what it is you're doing.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting that these people look at things so one-sidedly and not recognize that in order for us to be the best us, we have to share differences of opinions and reach a blended middle point. I don't have anything against Republicans. I have something against the person they select to be their mascot or their leader, and that they selected the wrong individual, which is causing us issues. I don't want everybody in the world to be Democrats. I just want everybody in the world to do what is right for the country. And when you recognize it's going in the wrong direction, that you change direction.
Right.
And so that's what the case is. And certainly the information you've shared, I hope, lends itself to changing how we handle and deal with our country. Because the fact is that we should not support them haphazardly trying to rule the Middle East.
Yeah. So I agree. And I think that what people like maybe can get confused about, right, is all right. So when people talk about, I want people to really understand something. The Constitution originally did not protect your free speech. It's the First Amendment to the Constitution. The Constitution originally did not protect your speech. It did not protect your right to practice whatever religion you desired. It did not protect the press, right? And so that is one of the reasons why I want people to really understand is that when people tell you that they are an originalist, right? And some of the people that are behind this extreme far right movement, they consider themselves to be originalists, which means they want the Constitution as it was originally intended, for whom it was originally intended. And for whom was it originally intended? It was originally intended for property owning white men. And anyone that did not fit into those three things, it wasn't originally meant for you, right? And so I think that, right, and prior to Reconstruction, 100%, the Constitution is a living document, right? And so the thing that is important to understand is that we are not the country that we were when the Constitution was written, right? Thank God. And as we grow and as we become more knowledgeable and we gain wisdom, then the people elect representatives who are supposed to act on our behalf, right? To enshrine protections and advancements into that Constitution for the country that we are today, right? We are never going to go back to being the country that we used to be. It's not possible. And I don't think that people really understand that it's not possible. Okay. You can't unlearn what we've learned. You can't unbecome who we are. You can't do that, right? There's no way to go back in time and be who we were at any point because we are no longer that. We have learned and become so much more. And so it's just ridiculous to even think that. That's why I say our mantra in this world is making America truly great. Not great again, but making America truly great. And what that means, and this brings me real quick to the epiphany that I had this morning, is, we oftentimes talk about we want things to change. And then we don't like the way that things are changing, like what is happening in order for the change to be, right? And so here's what I would say. I believe that we can absolutely become who we are, who we all desire to be, like the best and the best and highest versions of ourselves. And it's up to us how much pain we endure in order to make that happen. Like, what will it take for us to learn the lesson? What does it take? And I think that we are in a time period where we are figuring out and we are finding out what that is. And so when enough of us get the lesson, then we'll be able to move on. You know what I mean? So that's just kind of my take on it. And what I found is that people only like free speech when it's their speech that needs to be protected. Many people.
Yeah, and oddly enough, they don't recognize that everybody deserves to have happiness in our society.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that some people have to allow others the opportunity to exist. And see, we're not existing if the rules don't allow for everybody to have prosperity. And you don't have prosperity because it's mandated. You have it because you worked hard to do what it takes to exist in the rules and the framework. But somehow or another, certain people want one leg up. They want to have, ace in the hole or privilege that gives them a better opportunity. And that's what's sad is we're not aligned with what we think is equal. The other thing I wanted to ask you, what do you think this peace group that Donald Trump has created, where he's made himself the leader indefinitely,
Mm-hmm.
How is that going to impact the Middle East the way he envisioned it, with these people paying these billions of dollars to be a part of this group?
I don't know that it's even going to become a thing. Like, I think that, so here's the thing about the Board of Peace, right? I think that, right, Scott, I believe it's a grift. That's number one. And number two, many of the Gulf countries right now are reevaluating their relationship with the United States of America. Many of the Gulf Coast countries are saying it is actually more of a detriment to us to have this relationship with the United States of America than it is a benefit, right? We're paying all of these dollars. We're having their bases here. We're doing all of those things, but it hasn't provided the protection that it's supposed to. It hasn't provided any of the things, right? And so, so I think I don't know that it will come to fruition, and therefore they will just get the money and grift it on out and keep going. And the longer this thing with Iran drags out, the less likely it is for that to play out the way they originally had hoped.
Well, it seems strange that he hasn't. They're defying him, and they've gone past all these mandated dates. And I think he now realizes there's no positive way to save face to end this.
Well, he doesn't have the capacity, in my opinion, he doesn't have the capacity to accept a loss. Thanks, Dolphin. Right? He doesn't have that capacity. It's not within him. And what he's not used to is a people like the Iranians. Okay, so what people don't understand is they are not going to blink. And I've been saying this, and I'm going to keep saying this. Iran is not going to blink. And every time he opens his mouth and claims to have bested them or claimed they reached out begging to make a deal, is every single time they're going to say, no, the fuck we didn't. And every single time he thinks he can bully them and he says that he's going to bully them, they're going to say, well, we'll just be here. And the difference is those people have already, they know what it is to endure the worst of times. Americans don't. I want to be clear about this. Europeans, Americans, the West, we don't know how to endure what Iranians have endured, what Palestinians have endured, what the Lebanese people have endured. We don't know. We ain't built like they built. They have survived different dynasties over thousands of years, right? And the one thing that Iran has done that most places have not done is they have maintained who they are, regardless of who has come in to take over, right? What's so crazy is they have maintained their language, they have maintained their culture, they have maintained their identity, regardless of who's come into play. Appreciate you, Mel Gray, right? And so not only, so when people come in and they attempt to colonize, colonization usually requires assimilation. Iran has never assimilated to anybody that has come in. And that speaks to who they are as a people. And we are not that. Like, I'm just being real honest. I love this country. I love the people of this country, not the government, but the people. And we are not built like that. We just are not. And so they chose the wrong country to play a game of chicken with, because, and every time I say that, I picture, this is how old I am, y'all. I picture Footloose in the big country field on the tractors. Listen, Iran ain't getting off the tractor. They're going to ride that bitch all the way through. And we're going to see how much of the world can stand this while this happens, right? Because I think they will ride it all the way, and they will endure whatever they have to endure, because it is who they are. And to them, that's the difference. So, like, I want people to hear me. To them, that pride, that this comes down to who they are as a people. And we have never experienced that. You know, we have never, they are faith driven. They are identity driven. They are like, this is who they are. And so I don't see them buckling. And by the way, if you've not noticed, their negotiator was like, okay, I quit negotiating because the IRGC said, you better like fix this. So people need to understand the IRGC is in control. And when I say these things, I'm not saying them because I'm like, yay, Iran, yay, the IRGC. I don't support the things that they do to their people the same way I don't support what the United States of America does to its people, right? And to other, like, I don't support it. I also respect who they are. And that's what this administration isn't getting. That's all Iran wants. Y'all hear me when I say this? This is all they want. They want to be respected. And because we refuse to give them the respect, they are gonna sit there until we give it to them. That is how Barack Obama was even able to get them to the table when they were when they were talking about, like, how did the PCJOA come into being, right? It came into being because when Barack Obama gave his speech, he referred to them as the Islamic Republic of Iran. And they literally said, he respects who we are. So now we can have a conversation, right? That's what people don't understand.
Tell me, though, that, I think every sovereign country has the right to be whoever they are. But why is it that they seem to be stuck in this place where where we perceive them not to respect women and the thoughts of their people?
So
what seems to be the issue with them evolving.
There's no issue with them evolving. So listen, the United States of America doesn't respect its women. The United States of America doesn't respect its women. So
I
listen,
think it's this administration. I don't think it's the United States.
no, it is the United States. If it wasn't the United, so let me make sure that we understand this, you all. The ERA, which is the Equal Rights Amendment, okay, the ERA was passed in this country in 1973, saying that women have the same rights as men. It took until 2020 for 37 of our 50 states to ratify that constitutional amendment. It took until 2020 for 37 states in this country to say women should be equal to men. And because it took so long, when an amendment is passed, when a constitutional amendment is passed, it has to be ratified within 10 years in order for it to be added to the Constitution. So because it wasn't ratified by 1983, right, it hasn't been added to the Constitution. So every year, the Democratic Party has introduced a resolution to get rid of that 10-year requirement so that it can be added to the Constitution. And every year, it is the GOP that votes that down. Every year, the Senate GOP votes it down. So when you say to me that it's this administration, I say to you, no, it's not. It's this country. The other reason I know it's this country is we would not have significant maternity deserts all across this country. We would not have, 40%, around 40% of the counties of this country do not have a single hospital that has OB care or a birthing center. Almost 40% of the counties in this entire country, and 57% of the counties in this country either have none or only one in the entire county. If this country valued its women, we would ensure that we have hospitals and healthcare systems that would be able to take care of our women, especially if we're going to have the children they want us to have.
But then it still lends itself to me feeling that as much as I respect women, the women are not using the power that they have to make the change.
How is that?
I'm a man who supports women. I'm enraged that they took the right away for women to have ABs. I mean, as much as I would want my child to be born, if I was to have one, I don't have the right to dictate what happens to somebody else's body. I just don't see the uproar that should be taking place when women don't get what they want.
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to apply that same logic to Black people. I'm going to apply that same, no, it's not. And I'm going to tell you why. What percentage of Congress are women?
Right, but
No, what percentage, I'm asking this question, what percentage of women?
I don't know the exact percentage.
It's 28%. So less than a third of Congress is women, right? So who makes the laws in this country?
Congress makes the laws.
Okay, so if more than the super majority of Congress is men, tell me what power women have.
But why aren't they making alliances in themselves to overthrow what these men?
What makes you think we're not? What makes you think that women don't have alliances?
Because I don't think this president would have become president if women saw the evil within him and voted against their husband.
Okay, so what we're not going to do is place this on women. That's what we're not going to do. But you are. And so
I place it on men.
So hold on, because we're going to have to dig right in right here. Because this is what happens to women all the time. When women are raped, when women are assaulted, when women are in abusive relationships, we all want to know why the woman didn't do something about it. And here's the thing. If Black people could end racism, then racism would have been ended. If women could end misogyny and sexism, then women would have done it. Why don't men fight for women? Why don't men, stop. Why don't men band together and men vote in Congress for women? I say this all the time. It is never It is never the responsibility of the minority or the oppressed to end the oppressing, because if they could, they would have by now. It is always the responsibility of the person that is part of the group that is doing the oppressing to fix it. It is up to white people to end racism. It is up to men to end sexism, right? It is up to cis heterosexual people to end homophobia and transphobia. It is up to Christians to end Islamophobia. It is always the responsibility of the people in the group doing the oppressing to check each other. So if men want women to stop being SA'd, if men want women to stop being raped, then get your men in line. It's funny. All the men will be like, oh, I don't know anybody that commits rape. I don't know any man that commits SA, but yet there is a woman that gets SA'd in this country every 68 seconds. But none of y'all seem to know the men that are doing it. It's the wildest shit to me. None of y'all. Nope, none of my friends would do that, but it happens every 68 seconds in this country. But y'all don't know the men that are doing it because you don't want to know those men. You do not want to have to admit that the locker room jokes and the little side jokes that y'all tell and all of those, y'all don't want to admit that that actually escalates into assault on women. You don't want to believe that it could be your brother, your cousin, your uncle. You don't want to believe that. But it is our brother, our uncles, it is. It's wild to me that we always want to blame women for the shit that men do. And that's why people say it's all men.
Well, as being an ally or
hold on.
I have a daughter.
James.
I have a daughter.
Wait a minute.
So
who told you you're an ally? Who told you you're an ally to women?
I perceive myself as one.
But you don't get to determine you're an ally. The same way that white people don't get to say they're an ally to black people unless we say they're an ally, is men don't get to say that they are an ally to women until the women say to you, you are an ally because you got it right. I would never say that I'm an ally of LGBTQIA people, except for those people have told me I'm an ally. Those people have told me I'm a safe space. Therefore, I can say that. But you don't get to determine that you're an ally for women. Women have to tell you that. And you can't be our ally if you're blaming us.
Well, I'm suggesting
nope.
that the power they have.
You blamed us. You blamed us.
Well, okay, I'll read.
Ask the women in the comments. Ask the women, James. I'm not going to say nothing. I want you to ask the women in the comments if they would consider you an ally based on the things that you've said on this panel. But just ask them. Ask them.
Do you women perceive that I'm an ally?
And so here's what's so important about that. All of those folks that are saying no, the thing that's so important about this is you now need to say, okay, I don't have it. I don't have it. And and don't, you can perceive whatever you want. Well, white people perceive that racism is not a problem. White people perceive that black people are fine, that racism doesn't exist. That's what they perceive. They perceive that black people have the same opportunities as white people. Is their perception right? Because your perception is not a woman's reality. So here's what I would like for you to do, James. You know how when you go to like a big concert or a big football game, they make you bring like clear bags? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, see-through bags. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to go I want you to go to the bank, and I want you to take out all the money you have in the bank. I want you to put all of that money in a clear backpack, and I want you to walk down the street, and you will have a glimpse of what it is like to be a woman walking around in the world. You will have a glimpse of what it is like to walk around this world as a woman.
And you feel that every day, all day?
Every day, all day. Every day, all day. I want you to watch something, James. I want you to watch something. For every woman in here that has experienced SA, just SA or grape, okay? I want you to do me a favor and put a yellow heart in the chat. If you've ever been raped, if you've ever been sexually assaulted, any of that, I want you to put a yellow heart in the chat. Are you seeing the chat?
Yes.
Have you ever asked your daughters if they've ever been sexually harassed?
I've never asked my daughter that question.
How old is she?
She's about 49.
Ask her. Ask her. I got yellow hearts over here on YouTube. It's really important for people to understand. It is always the responsibility of the group that if you are part of the group that is doing the oppressing, if you are part of that group, right? Well, Chef, I let you run your mouth all damn day, but that one was too much. You are now blocked. Take your ass on somewhere. So it's just really important for people to understand what it is that is happening in this world and how it happens. And to understand that if the victim could ever change it, they would. And what you think is doable for them is your opinion from the outside looking in because you don't have that lived experience. And this is why it is so necessary. This is why, let me share. This is why diversity is so important. Diversity is so important because it allows you to hear and be exposed to other people's experiences and how they view the world and how they view situations. You get to see other people's lenses and what they see in this world. That's what diversity is about, folks. I don't know what it's like to live this life as a Palestinian or as a Jewish individual, right? Or any of those things. So it's important for me to talk to those people. It's important for me to try on their experiences so that I can understand how do they experience me? How do they experience this world? Right? And so I just encourage you, James, to do a little digging. You might want to get into spaces and just listen to women talk. Just get in spaces and listen to women talk. Go look up the information and the statistics about women and what happens to women. And here's the other thing that I will share with you. If the women in your life aren't talking to you about those experiences, it's because they don't feel that you're a safe space to talk about them. And I know that you would not mean to not be safe for them. But if the women in your life aren't sharing with you those things, it's because they don't consider you to be a safe space. It's the same thing I tell white people. If the Black people in your life never ever talk to you about racism or bigotry, it's because they don't perceive you to be a safe space for that subject matter. And whether it's because they fear your reaction or because they've heard things that you say, whatever, that's the reason.
But Dana, why did so many women vote for Donald Trump then? They knew he was what kind of person. They heard the other things he said. I just don't understand.
Why did so many men?
Well, certainly I didn't support him, and I never would.
Right.
I mean, based on his character.
Because there are different points of intersection. There are different places of sectionality, right? And I want you to understand this. Every time you respond and you start the subject, you start your sentence with "but," it means you have totally not heard the things that came before it.
I did hear. Hey, listen. You gave me pause to think, and I will go evaluate.
Okay,
Yes.
so follow me.
But,
So let me just say this. Women have been the subject of, you know how, for example, there are some Black people that have internalized racism and they don't like themselves.
right.
There are women that are saying there are the women that have internalized misogyny as well, internalized sexism, right? But that's not the only thing, right? You have to understand that there were two roads that were used a lot in this last election, and they were the roads of religion and racism, right? And sometimes people will choose someone that supports this one thing that they agree with, right? Even at their own expense, right? And so if you are someone that fed into the narrative about immigrants and immigrants eating cats and dogs and all of that shit, right? Then you might have voted for him. If you're someone that has hatred in your heart and discrimination against LGBTQIA individuals, specifically trans individuals, then you might have voted for him despite, the woman thing, right? So it's just important to understand that there are many, many factors that result in somebody electing someone. But electing someone that isn't indicative of your entire belief system about the world as you know it. And so it's really important that we recognize that, because 18% of Black men voted for him too. Tell me why. And what you're going to say is, I didn't. Yeah, but 18% of Black men did.
And it's hard to understand that.
My thing is you're looking to understand it. I don't look to understand it. And the reason why I don't look to understand that particular action is because what I know is many people don't know why they do what they do them damn selves. There are people that they might be able to tell you what they think, like consciously, but subconsciously, they may not have ever explored why they do what they do. Right? So for me, I don't need to understand why people do something. I just want to understand you as a person. I just want to understand you as a person. That's why in my conversations with you, I'm not angry with you, because I don't believe that you are intentionally not being an ally. I believe that there are things that you don't know that you don't know. Right? So I'm a bit of a visual person, so I want to show you all something. Okay. And here we go. All right. So I want to show you all something. So this is your brain. And this is the entirety of everything that you could ever know. Ever know. Okay. And this is what you know that you know. This is what you know that you know. Right? Now check this out. This is what you know that you don't know. And here's an example of that. I know my ass don't know how to fly a plane. Right? So I know that I don't know that. Everything else, I don't know that I don't know it. Everything else, I don't know that I don't know it. And it's only when I am exposed to different people, right? And those people expose me to what they know, that then I begin to know that I don't know it. And then it's up to me. Once I know that I don't know it, it's up to me. Do I do the work necessary to now know it? Do I do the work necessary to now know it? And I'm going to give you all some real examples of this in my own life and in my own perspective. Appreciate the gift, Shawnee. So follow me. I did not know that I did not know about the Nakba. I did not know that I did not know about the Balfour Declaration. I did not know that I didn't know about Title 42 versus Title 8 when it comes to immigration. I did not know that I did not know those things. Once I saw that these things existed and now I know that I don't know them, I went and did the reading and the research and the verifying of those things to now know that I know them. And now that I know them for myself, no one can take that from me. That's why no matter who gets on this panel, you can't shake me from what I know that I know. Because I've verified it for myself. And that's the thing that we have to do. We have to challenge what we know. And you have to ask yourself, do I know this because this is what I was taught? Do I know this because this is what the world told me? Do I know this because I read it in one book that validates, my position on things? Like, why do I know what I know? Why do I believe what I believe? And does it serve me? Right? It is challenging and it is scary to do that, you all. It is scary, especially when it comes to faith and when it comes to religion. It is very scary to ask yourself why you believe what you believe about faith. And it is necessary because when you do that, you become unshakable even in breaking environments. No one can shake you, even in breaking environments. Once you know what you know and why you know it, man, listen, I don't care what anybody says. I know what I know. Now, that doesn't mean that I'll dismiss every piece of information. There are times that I've heard something and go, how does that fit? And then I go and I look again and I see what that new piece of information, does it change what I knew? Does it add to what I knew? Does it switch what I knew? Right? Yeah. And that's what a lot of people aren't willing to do. But you got to get into women-led spaces and just listen. And then when you develop certain relationships, okay, then you can ask questions. So for example, I have a couple of my LGBTQIA folks that they are safe spaces for me to ask questions because they know that my questions that I'm asking is because I desire to not be offending to them. I desire to know, I desire to understand, right? And so they understand that. And I try to be that I've got some of my white friends that will say, hey, Dani, I'm going to ask you this because I know I can ask you and you won't think that I'm like being whatever. Right. And so you've just got to figure those things out. You got to figure out if you can be those spaces. Right. I got some of my Black friends that are like, girl, I couldn't do what you do. Ain't no way in hell. White people be white people. And that's what they say. Right. And this is my thing. If you can't be that, then don't be that. Right. So like if being that for white people, if being that for men, if being that for whomever is further traumatizes you, then don't be that. Then don't be that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Right. You only be that for people if it doesn't further traumatize you.
But allowing and recognizing that people have the right to exist is not enough?
No. Existence is the bare minimum.
Okay.
Existence is the bare minimum.
How much further than that do you perceive people have to go?
I think that's your personal journey to determine.
Because I do have some issues with things that I know are commonplace, and I have to just accept them. But I don't, when you said you reached a different place with the LGBTQ, I recognize everybody has the right to exist. But I'm very uncomfortable with
you're uncomfortable with their existence.
I'm uncomfortable with them around me. Not their existence. I know they exist, and I'm comfortable with what has happened and their right to get married and their right to do these things. But I'm uncomfortable because I ask myself, how far are we going to go? Because there has to be a line you won't cross. But if every time you keep crossing a line that you thought shouldn't be crossed, then there's another line that's drawn that is pushing you to cross that line.
Right. So let me just be clear. Are you becoming gay?
No.
Okay. Are you becoming trans?
No.
So you ain't going nowhere. You said, how far are we willing to go? You ain't going nowhere.
Well, but I'm saying
no, but listen, hold on. Listen. I could
Okay.
take you, James. I could take you. I could put you on an island with a gay man, and at the end of the day, your ass is still going to be heterosexual.
Right.
Okay. I could put you on an island with a trans woman, and at the end of the day, you still going to be heterosexual. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why are you worried about somebody else? You ain't going there. It is not your journey. Do you know that white people used to say the same thing? Right? Well, we got black people in our schools now. We got black people in our restaurants. Like, how far are we going to go? Oh, what? So now we're allowing them to get married? Now we are tainting our race because we're allowing them to have babies? How far are we willing to go? Like, oh my God, you mean we made one a president? What are we doing? How far are we willing to go? It's the same bigotry. It is the exact same bigotry. And if I were a betting woman, yours is rooted in your religion.
Probably.
And it's a religion, that doesn't actually say what you've been taught it says. It's a religion that doesn't say what you've been taught it says. Sodom and Gomorrah is not about gay people at all.
What is it about?
It's about pedophilia. It's about bestiality. That's what it's about.
Okay.
It ain't about gay people at all.
Well, if you suggest that there's no line, what if all of a sudden, if we say to people, adults have the right to do and feel what they want, what are we to say then if a brother and sister decide they're in love and they want to get married?
Okay, so let's talk about things. So we do know historically that brothers and sisters have gotten married.
Yeah, we know,
and we know historically that right. Yep, and we know that, right? We know that that's happened with cousins, right? That's already happened. And in some states, you can still marry your first cousin.
I thought it was second.
No, in some states, you can marry your first cousin.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So this again is, I know, but I'm just saying. Okay, so here's the difference. When you marry your cousin, are you marrying them because you're attracted to the fact is the fact that it's your cousin or your brother or your sister, is that the determining thing? Are you only attracted to cousins? Are you only attracted to cousins? It's only cousins that you're attracted to.
You're not asking me that question.
I am asking you that question. I am.
I'm not attracted to family at all.
No, but this is what I'm saying to you. When your example of a brother marrying a sister or a cousin marrying a cousin, is that because they're only attracted to sisters or brothers?
I would think that it was their being able to be around each other that may have established those feelings.
Mm-hmm. So, but it's not that they're a brother or a sister, right?
Right.
Right. So when we talk about LGBTQIA individuals, they don't become gay because they're around boys or girls. They don't become trans because they're around. It has nothing to do with proximity. It's because who they are. Right. And so we don't legislate who people are. We legislate what people do sometimes, but we don't legislate who people are. And then we determine if these things we know are detrimental. So what are the reasons that we started having laws about incest and marriages and co-creating? Why did we start doing that? Because what?
That there were issues related to childbearing.
Right. Well, right. And so we began to find out that deformities and harm was coming, and that was predominant. And so that became an issue with deformities and disabilities, right? That doesn't happen when two gay women or two gay men, lesbians or gay guys, get married and adopt children, does it? Who do they harm by getting married?
I've come to grips with that.
Nope, you haven't. So I'm going to ask you again. Who do they harm? Who do they harm?
They don't directly harm anyone.
Exactly. So why is it anybody's business?
Well, it is not. I've gotten to the point where it is not my business.
It is if you say you are uncomfortable. It is if you say you are uncomfortable around them.
Right, but my discomfort has nothing to do with their rights to be who they are. I'm just surmising that I can't feel as freely as I feel or as comfortable having conversations or socializing as I do with people who are not a part of that group.
Right.
That's what my discomfort is.
Right.
It's
so
that I don't want to. I have some objections to them existing.
Right. So it's just like when white women grab their purse when you come in the elevator, right, James?
Right.
Right. It's just like white women that grab their purse when you step in the elevator or when they move to the other side of the sidewalk or across the street. Why do white women do that?
Because they're inherent fear.
Mm-hmm. Their inherent bigotry, their inherent prejudice. Right. And so what do we fear? What do we fear?
Well, I don't fear becoming like them. I don't
No,
know what it is.
we fear what we don't know.
Right.
Right. We fear. So you fear what you don't know. So how many gay friends do you have?
None.
How many trans friends do you have?
None.
Right. Therefore, you don't know them. And so you have a fear of the unknown. That's it. That's part of it.
Right.
Right. Because once you know them, I'm going to tell you something, and this is real talk. I for sure know, what's up, Red Pen? So I know a couple in Northeast Tennessee, a gay couple, that have adopted at this point. I mean, they were fostering for a long time and then they adopted. And they are the most loving, dedicated parents I have ever seen in my life. They have the healthiest relationships. When COVID was happening, they brought me over some dolls and stuff that their kids no longer needed. Do y'all know when they brought these baby dolls for Bella? There was an Asian baby, there was a white baby, there was a black baby. The books that they brought us, there was a Native American book, there was a book about black people, there was a book. It was the most diverse setting that I've ever seen come from these parents, because they were exposing them to diversity early in life, right? And so one of the men in that relationship is called Papa, and the other one is called Dad, right? And when I tell you that they are probably the best parents I've ever seen, I would put them up against every heterosexual couple I know that has children. They are the best parents I have ever seen in my life, right? And so the more lesbians, the more gay guys, the more trans people I got to know and got to be around, the more I discovered that they are the least bigoted, the least hateful, the least all of those things of anybody that I've known. It's wild. One of the most accepting communities I've ever been in my life. Right? They are the most open, the least threatening, all of those things. And it is sad that more people don't take the time to know them. And what I would imagine is you may have gay friends and you just or gay acquaintances and you just don't know because you're not a safe space for them.
I'm not sure I know what you mean by safe. I'm the kind of person who doesn't verbally abuse anybody.
It doesn't matter. Do white people have to verbally abuse you for you to know you're not welcome? No. So therefore, you don't have to verbally abuse those folks for them to feel your energy and for them to know that they're not welcome. This is the thing that I would. This is one of the things that I would ask you to use as a measuring, right? Is for everything that you say you don't do, whether it's women, whether it's gay folks, whether it's trans folks. I would encourage you to say, do white people have to do this for me to know they don't like me, right? Because if white people don't got to do it for you to know what's up, you don't got to do it for them to know what's up. Right? When you enter a space, what white people feel and think about you. Yeah?
Yeah.
So James is a 60-year-old gay man. He says he's willing to extend his hand and become your friend, James. So I would recommend take him up on that and have conversations. I would recommend take him up on that and have conversations. And I'm going to tell you something. That is what I see all the time. So I've told this story several times, and I'm going to tell it again. So I've always been somebody that wanted to never be offensive to people, right? So this was back in 2018, and up until that time frame, the correct verbiage had been we've been referring to gay and lesbians as that's their lifestyle, right? And so one day I was on a Facebook Live and I said the same thing, something about I was advocating for LGBTQ people, and I used the words lifestyle, right? And I will never forget my friend Jamie, who is a lesbian, and she hit me up afterwards And she said to me, she said, "Hey, Danny," she said, "I know that you meant well, but I just want to offer you something, right? Because I know that you would not intentionally say anything, whatever, you wouldn't mean to cause harm." And she said, "It's not a lifestyle. A lifestyle is being a gym rat. A lifestyle is liking to go hiking. A lifestyle is a gardener. A lifestyle is when you, like to go bowling, right? Lifestyle is something that you just do." And she said, "This is just my life. It's just who I am. It's just my life." And I said, "Got it." And she never had to say it to me more than one time. Got it. She said, "This is not my lifestyle. This is my life." And all she had to do was show me that distinction, right? And a lot of people in the LGBTQIA community will admit that the verbiage and the language has changes so often. Sometimes it's hard for them to come up. So they don't usually take offense, right? But 100%, like once I get feedback, I am never going to say like, can you imagine if she had said that to me and I said, "But da 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 da," I would no longer be a safe space for her because I pushed back on what she was telling me about who she is. Allies don't do that. When you tell me who you are, I believe you. Just saying.
I hear you.
Okay. I don't think that you don't hear me. I think that it's a big push against what you've always thought and believed.
Yes.
Right. I know that. But here's what I also know about you. What I also know about you is that you do listen, right? The same way that you listened when we talked about Palestine. And the only difference that I would offer you is that Palestine wasn't conflicting with your Christianity. This conflicts with your Christianity. And so you're going to have to dig in and think about this. And while you do that, I would just remind you of two things. Okay? I would remind you of two things. When Jesus was asked, not Paul, not Luke, not Timothy, but when Jesus was asked, "What is the greatest commandment?" He said, "To love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, and with all thy soul. And the second is just like it, which is to love thy neighbor as thyself." And it's that second part that people forget. And then he goes on to say, all the other laws and all the other apostles hang on these first two. So if you have not learned, if you are not practicing daily, loving the Lord with all your heart, with all your mind, and with all your soul, whoever that is to you, because I ain't here to judge, okay? And if you are not loving thy neighbor as yourself, then you got work to do. And what I personally believe is that people don't need to be going out trying to spread the gospel until they've mastered the first two. Because you can't teach nobody if you can't learn the first two lessons, the greatest two lessons that Jesus gave you. Don't be teaching nobody else no commandments and laws, because the first two are the greatest. And I bet you, so here's what's amazing is when you master the first two, it will be your walk that testifies for you, and you don't have to try to teach or preach to anybody because they will see the love in you and be attracted to it.
But can't you love people without accept? Does that mean then that I have to accept everything?
Absolutely. How do you feel when white people say, "I don't see color"?
I recognize that can't be true.
Well, but you also know that if they don't see your color, they don't see all of who you are.
Right.
Therefore, they don't accept all of who you are. And therefore, they cannot love all of who you are. You are not asking them to see your color as all that you are, but it is part of who you are. And that part of who you are is what determines a lot of what you experience in this life. Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
right. And it's the same thing for LGBTQIA individuals. If you don't see that about them, if you don't accept that about them, then you don't see and accept the totality of who they are. I'm not asking you to want to join in. You don't have to join in, right? But it's to see that and then be able to see everything else about them past that. Congo, you don't tell me what to do. Sit down. In the comments talking about let me in, Dani. Sit down. How do you love someone who doesn't love you? Easy. Listen, love in return is not what's required. Love in return is not required. See, this is what a lot of people, this is how people walk through the world and get it wrong, right? If you can only love people that love you, then you are transactional in your love, and it's not really love. It's not unconditional, right? So that is a transactional love. And then it's not authentic, because the moment that someone else changes, then your love for them also changes. And then that's not love. Okay. So this is how you know whether what you are giving to people is pure or not. Is what you give to them dependent upon what they give back to you? Because if it is not coming from a place of love. It is coming from ego. Yeah, Raja, I'm good. I'm good, Raja. Okay. And there's a difference between love that comes from ego, like you love people because it makes you feel good about yourself because they love you back. No, but can you love people that don't love you? Can you advocate for people that don't love you? Can you fight for people that don't love you? Can you do that and not feel anger and hatred towards them? Right? Because it's really important for people to remember, especially if you, like James, identify as a Christian. At the time that Jesus got up on that cross, he was not loved by everybody. Matter of fact, they put his ass on the cross, right? They believed at that time he was leading people away from God. I need y'all to understand that. Jesus was a Palestinian Jew when he began, right? And then when he said, I am the Messiah, right? To be clear, all of the people said, oh, he's leading people away from God. No, they weren't loving him. They weren't following him. The transaction he got in return was to be ostracized, to be jailed, and then to be crucified. His love was not transactional. And it's wild to me when I see people say things like, well, I had to pay for my student loans. Whatever, you should have to pay for yours. And my response is, okay, well, Jesus paid for your sins. Why don't you have to pay for your own? Get your ass up on a cross. Since we are requiring other people to do what we did, then if you want Jesus' salvation, then get your ass up on a cross the way he did for you. I don't see any Christians volunteering. Right? Because love doesn't require that you experience the pain that I already have. Love is grateful that I paid the price and I've created a situation and an environment and a culture where you don't have to experience the same. Love says, I hurt so that you don't have to. That's what love says. Love ain't jealous because you don't have to hurt. Love is grateful that you don't have to hurt. That's what love is.
But it's hard to love someone that despises your existence. Like I I can't love white supremacists or people who are racist.
Why
Because
can't
they
you?
hate my experience.
Yes, you can.
They
You
hate
can.
my existence.
So listen, you can love them and not what they do.
Okay.
You can love them and not what they believe.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Right. Exactly. So I'm going to share with you something that I do. Right? I'm going to share with you something that I do. What I try to remember, and I do this specifically, like when I look at the president and other people, right? I try to remember and I try to picture them as they were created to be, right? I try to remember the child in them. I try to remember them at 2 years old and 3 years old and 1 years old. And then I try to imagine like what must have happened to them for them to become who they are today. And if I do that, then it enables me to tap into compassion. It enables me to tap into empathy, right? And so when I do that, then I don't condone who they are. I don't love like the things that they do as who they are today. I just can have compassion and empathy and love for the perfection that they were created to be in the beginning. And so like one of the things that I talk about and that I ask myself a lot is who would I be? How would I operate? How would I talk? How would I live? How would I be if I had never experienced the hurt, the trauma, and the pain that I have? How would I be? How would I move in this world? Right? It would be very different. And so the goal is to embody that more and more every day. The goal is to embody that more and more every day. That does not mean become a walking mat for everybody. That does not mean don't have any boundaries. That does not mean support fuckery and ridiculousness. No. Love has boundaries. Absolutely. Love has boundaries, as it should. We know that because that's what we do with our children. We set boundaries for our children. Why? Because we love them. And so I have to set boundaries for people because I love them. And that boundary pushes them to be different. And at a bare minimum, that boundary teaches them that how they behave doesn't look like love. Boundaries are not for other people, y'all. Boundaries are for you. Listen, I want to be clear. Boundaries are not for other people. Boundaries are for you. Okay? Did you have anything else, James?
No, you've given me a lot to think about.
Okay. Well, the thing that I appreciate you always is that you are transparent, right? And that you listen, and that even if it's difficult in the beginning, you think about it and you take it in later. So I appreciate your willingness to be transparent and to listen.
Yeah, I'm able, as an educator, I recognize that I have to be open to learning, always.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Carla, I'm on TikTok and I'm on YouTube and I'm on Facebook today. Oh, appreciate that, Sanjay. Yeah. Always open to learning. I always say if we stop learning, we might as well not be here anymore. So, all right. As always, I appreciate you, James.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, folks. I am going to bring a couple of more folks up to the panel, and we're going to continue the conversation. And for those of you guys who are saying, okay, well, what's the topic? It's a variety of things, right? Appreciate it, Michelle. Appreciate you. Right. So we already talked about what happened last night at the Sanjay just said that they saw me on Steve's live. Yeah. So, I don't know. But yeah, he is a good guy. All right. So, I want to be clear about some things. I've already talked about the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night. Not gonna go into it anymore. We are absolutely able to talk about all the other things that are going on currently, whether it's what's happening in our administration, whether it's what's happening in our education department, our health and human services, the DOJ, whatever. And we can absolutely also talk about Iran and Israel, Lebanon, Palestine, and all of those things, and how those things directly impact us. Right. Okay. All right. So when I bring you up to my panel, please do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. Love that. For a reminder for the folks that are new to me, do me a favor and put yourself, if you're new to me, let me just go ahead and tell you this. Number one, I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful. I ask that you do not do slurs of any kind, no matter what side of the world you're coming from. I ask that you do not spam my comments, right? Don't say the same thing over and over again, because it's not beneficial to anyone and it hurts the algorithm. And lastly, do not type in all caps. And the reason for that is because it's reserved for my moderators, and I have folks that are vision impaired, and it's reserved for those individuals. So just respect people with visual disabilities. Okay. All right. Appreciate it. So folks, when I bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. And if you accidentally requested, go ahead and you can go ahead and drop if you accidentally requested. Don't worry about it. No worries. No worries. We will. Oof, things are moving. I'm going to pause for a second. Okay. Oh, Jamie, I know you didn't mean to. I don't know how my finger hit you because I didn't mean for it to. Okay, it looks like Martin is not connecting. So Martin, if you intended to request, Martin, just go ahead and request back up and I'll bring you up. It looked like you were having a difficult time connecting. So no worries. Okay. All right. Can I get one moderator to do me a favor? If you guys could just be patient with me, I need to get some water. So can I get somebody to give me a mod break while I grab water real quick before we kind of keep going? I don't know if Cam or any of those
Dani,
folks.
Could you drop me and maybe get me back up, because something happened with my screen.
Sure.
So I can't see anything.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
No worries, Cam. Don't worry. Okay. So if that is the case, because Cam can't right now, just bear with me. Literally, it's right here. I'm going to grab water. I'm going to be right back. Hold on. 1 second, folks. I'm so glad I told y'all I was getting water, because you might hear that and think, is Dani peeing? No, I'm not. I'm not in the restroom. I'm getting water. I just thought about what that sound was like. And it was like, you know what? If they didn't know I was getting water, they might think. But no, that's not it. It was water. I know, because I told you I was literally right here. It's like right beside. So anyway, oh, that was funny. Okay. All right. So Congo, you've been on this panel before, so you know the guidelines, right? So hopefully we'll be able to have a respectful conversation. What would you like to say? Right, Tiffany. Congo, you're on mute. Do you know that?
Yes, I'm on. Thanks, Dani.
You're welcome.
I know I'm everybody's favorite, so let's do this. I wanted you to add me on when James was on. So do we talk about everything? Is there any specific topic?
Well, what did you come up to say?
This I wanted to say. I wanted to add on a few things about what James was saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is okay that you can love someone and want them to exist without accepting their lifestyle. And you mentioned about different scriptures in Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 9, chapter 6, verse 9 through 10, it talks about those that will not inherit the kingdom of God. I don't know if people are believers here, but I am. So I'm going to say things that are based on my beliefs. So it is totally...
Give me your scripture again. Give me your scripture again.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 through 10.
Okay, and what do you want to say about that scripture?
I'll say it's everything that's mentioned there, it is against the kingdom of God. It is a sin. So that's what it is. So if you do not come from my beliefs, then you might disagree with it. You might say it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But if you read that, he explained clearly. That includes the LGBTQ community.
It does not. No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
It talks about homosexuality.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to read it for you. It says, "Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, or abusers of themselves with mankind, nor thieves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor evildoers, nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God." The word homosexuality is not there.
Where is the different version? What do you have?
That's the King James. That's the King James version.
Come on, Dani. It is.
That is the King James version. Okay.
This is what I stand on. It is a sin.
Okay. So listen. I want to be clear about something, Congo. Okay.
All right.
So, number one, if you are not applying the same, you're welcome, Maya. If you are not applying the same standard to everyone else that is mentioned in here, okay. So I'm just going to give you this. So, I know, be mindful. So if you are not, for example, if you are not attacking adulterers the way that you are the LGBTQIA community, then you don't have any value, right? You don't have any, let me say, not value, but you don't have any real standing, right? So let me be clear. If you are not holding fornicators to the same standard, if you're not holding adulterers to the same standard, if you are not holding drunkards to the same standard, or extortioners or thieves, right? Then your moral standing is in question, because what it tells me is that you are more guided by bigotry than you are by the scripture. It invalidates your argument.
No, this is what I say. Our sin includes all different things. I'm not specifically focusing on LGBTQ or whatever. I'm just saying it's part of sin.
No, but that's what you said when you came up here. No. You specifically came up to address LGBTQIA individuals.
Yes, Dani, I wanted to say it's part of a sinful behavior. It's part of it. I'm not saying it's on its own. No, it's part of it. I'm talking about fornication, prostitution, all that.
Okay, but it doesn't say anything about prostitution either. Prostitution is not in here.
Wait, Dani, we can't just go back to
Congo prostitution, and so this is where you guys have trouble with me, is because I like specificity, right? And not your opinion, right? So you can't add things that the Bible doesn't say.
I am not adding anything.
Well, you did, because first you said the Bible says homosexuality, and it doesn't. That would be number one. Number two, you said prostitution, and it doesn't say that either. It doesn't say those things. That might be your personal opinion, but that's not what it says.
You know that's not right. My version says.
Well, it is what I just said. So
Dani,
you said your version. What version are you reading?
do you have NIV?
Is that what you're reading? You're reading the New International Version?
Pull out different version.
So, do you have a Strong's Concordance with you? Are you familiar with what a Strong's Concordance is?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so if you really want to get into Scripture, right, and to know what is intended by what's written in the Bible, you would need a Strong's Concordance, because what we know is that the Old Testament was written in Hebrew and the New Testament was written in Greek. So when you really want to find out what the intention of the Scripture is, you get out a Strong's Concordance and you look at what the Greek word was originally. That way you can determine what was the intention of the Scripture, right? So the same way today in our language, I might say, girl, you are bad, right? Do I mean you are bad, like in a negative sense that you are bad? Do I mean you are bad as in, damn, you look good? Do I mean you are bad as in like, yeah, you're not really on it? Like, what do I mean? And so what we know about language is that language has multiple meanings. Words throughout history have had multiple meanings, especially when they are not in context. And then when you take those words out of their original language and you translate them into other languages, you can oftentimes skew or lose the meaning. For example, there are words in the Arabic language where there is no comparable English language for that Arabic word. And so when people translated the Bible, the 14,000 some odd times that it's been translated, then they chose whatever word they determined what accurately reflected what the word meant. And if they were translating the Bible for King James and the Church of England, then it was going to be based on the ideology and the objectives of the King of England and then the Church of England, right? And so we have to understand when we look at the Bible, right, that that you can lose the meaning, and unless you are using a Strong's Concordance like I have, then you really might lose the intent and you might misinterpret and you might get man's intention behind things rather than Jesus's intention behind things. So that's why I asked you if you had a Strong's Concordance.
Well, I think we might just go on and say we're not gonna agree on this one. You know.
Well, I'm not here to agree with you. I'm not here to try to get to agree with you. I just deal in facts. And so everything that I just said is a fact. Right?
Everything that I told you comes from the Scriptures.
Everything that you just said is your opinion, because the words that you utilized are not in the Scripture. The words that you utilized are not in the Scripture.
They're not in your Scripture, not my Scripture. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that.
Okay, great.
I'm gonna move on because we're not. Okay, I have one question here. Yesterday, whatever happened at the White House, for me, my question is this that I'm trying to ask: Why I've been in America for almost 17 years now. And there's people that say I do not have the right to say and all that, and it's totally fine. But I'm very grateful to be here. But at the same time, I'm worried about this country because of how politics is becoming in this country. Like, if you truly watch, I'm not a big supporter of President Trump. I respect him being the leader of the United States of America. But at the same time, why is his life under threat all the time? Democracy, it can be bitter sometimes. They can put in someone that you do not agree with, but that's how democracy works. Like, why is him being targeted all the time? So
the first thing that I would explain that to me. Yeah, I'm going to. So the first thing is that we don't know last night that the threat was for him. We don't know, right? And the reason we don't know is because we don't have enough information yet. All we know is that this man came in. For all we know, this man could have an issue with the press, right? There are a lot of people that are upset with the press right now for, covering things that they have been covering and not doing what many perceive would be like actual journalism. This individual came from what I have learned so far is that he came with a shotgun, a handgun, and some knives, right? And so when I hear that, I don't think that this is someone that believed they were going to get close to the president of the United States coming into that building, right? I also don't. I have questions as to how did he even get in, right? Because in places where you have security and the president is going to be there, you would not think that he would even get close to the building, right? So anyway, there's a lot of things that I would say, and so I don't know that the president of the United States was under threat yesterday. So let me just say that first and foremost. Yeah, so to say that, I don't know that that is the case.
But look at the past ones.
Yeah, but it assumes facts. It assumes facts, not an evidence. It assumes facts, not an evidence. So here's the thing: we have not heard any of those cases go before courts, right? Due process has not happened. We have not heard what the defendants have to say about their motivation or their intentions. There's a lot of assumptions about what people intended to do, but you don't know. And so I think that this is where I have an issue with the way that things are being reported, because it just assumes facts that just aren't in evidence and we don't know.
Do you think that having a new president will change this political tension around this country?
No, I don't think that the president of the United States is the greatest issue that we have.
So you don't think it's Trump?
No, I don't. I think he is merely a puppet that is being utilized to advance an agenda from several different other groups. That's my personal opinion.
I think there's an issue here though in America. I think people need to, whether you voted for him or not, if he's the leader of your country, then you have to pray for him. You have to support him.
So again, that is your opinion. And you and I talked about this the other day. You and I talked about this. Congo, stop for a moment. Listen. No, that's not part of democracy. That's not part of democracy at all. There is nothing in Congo. I'm speaking for just a minute. Okay. We talked about this the other day. So we don't want to go down this road again. That is your opinion. So you can feel free to pray for him. You can feel free to support him. You can feel free to do whatever you choose to do. Okay. I am a whole ass free individual in the United States of America. And that's not one of the things I have to do, not by the Constitution, nor by my personal faith. So, I am not, when I joined the military, I did not take an oath to the president of the United States. I did not take an oath to the administration or to Congress or to the court system. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States. So it doesn't matter who the president is. I'm not required to support the president. I'm not required to pray for the president. I'm not required to do any of those things. I'm required to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And sometimes those domestic threats can come within your own government, right? And we know that. Just look at Nixon. Was there anything else that you wanted to say?
No, first of all, thank you for your service. The last one, and I'm going to be done. I don't know. I don't think you're in the good mood today. You're not playing games.
I'm in a great mood today.
I'm saying the last thing here. I wanted to tell all the women that are on this live that one of the best places to be a woman
So Congo, here's
Can I say that? That's
no,
what I'm saying.
no, and I'm going to tell you why. You're not a woman, so you don't know what's the best place for us to be. No, I would not tell you as a man where the best place. No,
Can
Congo.
I give my opinion?
No, because you know what we
Dani,
do
you just
here.
gave your opinion.
So
Can I
here's
also allow you to
no,
give my
because let me
opinion?
tell you what you said. Here's what you said. You said, I just think for women, it's whatever, whatever. But you know that what we do what we do in my space, right? What my space is, we have fact-based conversations, right? And so it's not a fact that the United States of America is the best place to be for a woman. And you don't have any sources or supporting documentation that would be able to justify that opinion. So what I like is opinions that are backed up by fact. Right? And so that's it.
So experiences matter. So
You can't share experiences because you're not a woman.
I'm not sharing experience about a woman.
But you can, if you're going to talk about the best place
not?
for a woman to be, you would have to have experiences as a woman, and you can't do that.
But I'm surrounded with women.
It doesn't matter. You're not. That means you experience yourself around women. You don't experience what women experience.
Can you listen to what I'm going to say, and then you can?
It depends on if what you're going to say is accurate or not. The only time I interject, Congo, is when you say something that's factually inaccurate.
No, I'm not. Listen first of all what I'm trying to say. Listen to what I'm trying to say. The women in Iran, they have a different experience.
Are you a woman in Iran?
See, this is the issue.
Are you a woman in Iran? Sinjay, I'm going to be here for a minute. I originally was going to shut down at 12:30. I'm going to go a little longer though today. So I'll probably be here for at least another hour and 20.
So, Dani, so is this a topic that only can be discussed by women and no men?
If you're going to tell women what's best for us, yes. Only women can talk about what's best for us.
An experience.
So you were in Iran?
Because you didn't let me. I'm giving examples of different places. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Well, let me see what you're going to say. Okay. Go ahead.
The women in Africa. You can't try to stop that because I'm from there.
You're still not a woman, so no, I can if I want to, but go ahead and finish.
Okay. Now that I'm in this country, according to my experience, I would say it might not be a perfect country, but being a woman in America, it is a blessing. I'm going to leave it to that. Compared to the place that I've lived around the world, including the women or what I've studied about Iran and other places around the world. It might not be the way you want it to be here, but a woman in this country is more free compared to other places around the world. And I'm going to leave it to that. Thank you for the opportunity.
So here's what I would say about that is freedom is subjective. And here's what I mean by that. So you might say, oh, well, women are free to dress the way they want and go outside their homes, and maybe they're not allowed to do that in other countries. That does not necessarily mean that it's freedom, right? Because there's a cost to what women do, right? Women do not get to exist equally to men in any place that I have seen, right? There's a reason that the patriarchy is there. So you can say what you assume to be so, but you don't know, right? You don't know how women exist throughout European countries. You don't know how women exist in other tribal countries. You don't know how women exist all around the globe, right? And so what I oftentimes find is that people that support this administration and this president have this narrative that women should be grateful for what we have in the United States of America, as if that is a selling point. We do not have to be grateful for the bare minimum, right? And we do have the bare minimum, right? Our ability to work and not get paid equal pay for equal work is the bare minimum. Our ability to own a home or get credit, which we've only had for 50 years, right, is the bare minimum. Our opinion to get health care that our doctors and ourselves believe is the best for us, we don't have that anymore, right? So what you may think is the greatest place for women to be is for you to say as a man, right, with no lived experience as a woman. So, yeah, you can have an opinion. It's just not supported by facts or lived experience as a woman. Yeah, we don't have to take the bare minimum, and we don't have to be grateful for the bare minimum just because other people have less than the bare minimum. That doesn't mean that the standard should be the bare minimum, right? If I look to what other women have and what they have is less than the bare minimum, and what we have is the bare minimum, doesn't mean that we have to be grateful for that. It means we should have the most possible. And it's sad that men think we should be grateful for the bare minimum. Absolutely not. Yeah, it is. It is. And so let me just say this, Congo, when you live in a country where men are sexually assaulted every 68 seconds, you can tell men that that's the best country for them to live in, because that's what happens here. In the United States of America, women are sexually assaulted every 68 seconds. So don't you dare fix your mouth to tell us this is the best place for us to live. You're not qualified to give that opinion. You're not qualified in any way, shape, or form. When you and your friends get sexually assaulted every 68 seconds, maybe you can have something to say. But as of today, in this country, you don't. But so here's what you get, Congo. You're not telling me anything. You're not telling me anything. You're not telling me anything as a woman. You're not telling me anything. I am a woman, you are not. So as a man, you will tell me absolutely nothing about what it is to be a woman. Absolutely zero, zip, nada. Okay. I appreciate you for joining the panel again. And being respectful, and you're welcome to come back. Good afternoon, Republicrat. How are you?
I'm good, Dani. Yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. What you want to say?
So I don't have a topic. I just wanted to make a statement, if it's okay with you.
Sure.
First of all, I wanted to thank you so very much for coming on my panel that last Sunday. You were very informative. I grew much respect for you. Secondly, I'm not here to defend nor to apologize for someone else's action, but only for mine. Personally, it bothered me. I'm gonna be honest with you. To the point where I was very happy to see you up here so that I can formally tell you that I just want to apologize for not protecting you the way that I wanted to. I think there's a lack of men protecting women in many factions. Obviously, so I try to resolve some things. I try to, because my lives usually go very smooth, and that did spiral a little bit. I thank you for being respectful while you were there, and I understand it was hard for you not to lash out because, again, no one's going to take any abuse. But I just wanted to know the character person that I am, and give you the flowers. Openly to say, I thank you very much. And again, yes, I tried to protect, as much as I could, but just not to the point where I felt comfortable in saying, hey, I should have just shut this down, like really shut it down, and protect you in a way that I would have done for my sister, my mother, or anybody else. So I just wanted to say sorry, Dani.
And I appreciate you saying that. I do. Yeah. And that's why I left. And I said, I just felt like the relationship that you have with that particular individual skewed your ability to be fair across the board. And once he kept doing what he got, then yeah, I was absolutely going to come for his ass because of the way that he behaved. But yeah, I appreciate the apology.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Sinjay.
Hi, Dani.
Hello, how are you?
So finally, on your panel.
Yeah, I heard good things about. I saw good things about you in the chat.
Well, I've heard very good things about you as well. I've heard that I should come and say hi to you.
Love that.
So I saw you on Steve's. Well, I'm 32 years old. I'm Danish, and I also have grown-up conversations about the infant state of the world, calm, no screaming kind of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, and
Yes.
I just wanted to come up here and give you some flowers for the vibe that you're creating here, and I feel it's so amazing to see female creators, strong female creators, but also someone who creates a calm vibe and gets a lot of support. Like, you have great numbers, and that's just really cool.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. I find that women creators on this app don't get what the men on this app get. I have definitely noticed that. And so, yeah, I'm always excited when we have other women creators on this app that are stepping up and being able to have productive spaces, right? Yet, infant state of the world. That is, yes. Wasn't that a great line? The action.
That's my background when I do my lives.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
We have grown up conversations about the infant state of the world.
Yeah.
And basically, I just feel that we should, like, I had an experience today. So, as some of you may know, I don't know, are you very strict with the wording? Is it okay if I say WVAR?
Oh, yeah.
Can I say that in here? Okay. So, in the Second World War, we were occupied by Germany here in Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
And I just visited the memorial for all the freedom fighters and for all the people who were unalived in concentration camps, and the place where the freedom fighters were unalived for their crimes against Germany.
Yeah.
And when I walked around, I couldn't help but thinking, today we know who the good people were and the bad people were. And like, I am looking so much forward to see when we get over all this, like when everything, because the world is right now changing so much. Like, how is it going to be portrayed? I was just thinking, like, looking back at the history, looking back and everything that we've been going through here as a country, but also the world during that time. How is it going to be seen? What is happening right now with Donald Trump, with Iran, with I started out doing these lives because of Greenland, So
yeah, I think that I'm actually optimistic about that, and the reason,
me too.
Yeah, because we live in a completely different time, right? So the patriarchy no longer has the ability to control the narrative everywhere, right? And I love that. And this was the epiphany that I had this morning, Cindy. I was sitting around thinking, and I thought, because I saw a Danish member of their government, and he was talking just about the EU still supporting Israel and different things and whatever. And what was so fantastic is he literally called Israel out for all of its atrocities. And I started to think about, even though it is a difficult time to be in, right? It is difficult. It is challenging. Also, I feel like we are witnessing one of the most transformative times in our history. And we get to witness it, right? We are witnessing this change, and it might be difficult, and it might be whatever, but it's happening, right? Veils are lifting, masks are falling off, and truth is actually happening. And so, like, I just got goosebumps.
Oh my God, I did as well.
Yeah,
You were saying
I
that
have-
was very beautiful.
It
was so beautiful.
I have goosebumps. And so I believe that that's where we are. And so, you know, any time that we're going to go through a time like that, there's going to be hard and there's going to be loss and there's going to be grief, but there's also, we've got to find gratitude and we've got to find the optimism and the positivity. And then the other thing that I really want people to know, and that's what led to this topic, it's up to us, is because the amount of pain that it takes, the amount of hurt that it takes is up to us. We can learn. Yeah. So Peacekeeper, I call this time period that we are in, this attempt, this last attempt for the patriarchy and white supremacy and Christian nationalism and Zion. I call it the death rattle before those things die. Right. This is
perfect. Yes. Perfect description.
Yep. This is the death rattle.
I also, it makes a lot of sense and it's so beautifully and well said. And I also that's my kind of vibe as well, that we have to not give up. We have to believe that our voices can be heard and will be heard in anything that we do. And, when I started out, it was very much, aimed towards the Americans, because you guys, I feel you guys are in such a high stress level. We experienced it very briefly with Trump threatening to take Greenland. That was just, the everyday changing of emotions. And I could feel my nervous system was in flight or fight, extremely, just in those months, right? And I started out doing these lives because I was like, you guys must be out of energy soon. So, I was like, we have some left over here, across the ocean and the Atlantic.
Yeah.
And I was like, I will, if I cannot vote in the States, but if you need emotional support or conversations about what has happened in the rest of the world in situations like this, how is the history? We are older countries, so of course we've gone through more over here. That's how it is.
Yes.
So that, I think we should, that's a good thing about social media. We can meet, we can have good conversations, we can grow, we can be positive together.
Yes.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I think that, and I said this all the time, America is a baby country, right? Other countries.
Oh my God, you don't say that as well. Right?
Yes, I do.
I usually say we are Mama Europe and you are the outrageous teenager.
Yes.
That's trying to.
We are a baby country, and other countries have witnessed the falls of empires, and other countries have already gone through the pain that we are experiencing, right? And so we get to choose. That's why I said it's up to us how long this takes. I personally think we should learn lessons from other more experienced countries from us, right? Yeah, we are the spoiled brat of the world. I keep telling people, I don't think that Americans here in the U.S. know just how much the rest of the world doesn't like us. Because Americans tend to be, and when I say don't like us, I mean, they tolerate us, but it's the entitlement, and it's the way that we come everywhere. You know what I mean? We go, yeah, right, Darnell. And when we do travel, we think everybody should speak English for us. And there's just, it's so different. But yeah, we are the baby country. Yeah.
Yeah. And I understand that, but the rest of the world has also put you guys on that pedestal. So it doesn't come from nowhere. That's how history is. That's how culture is. You guys have also been put on that pedestal as the superpower of the world and the country who should take care of the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And, I'm a cultural anthropologist. That's kind of what I do.
I love that.
Thank you. Well, it's a combination. I have a bachelor's, but then I've combined it with other things. But culture for me, and I just usually just think, this is it makes sense that you guys are like you are, but you should wake up at some point. At some point, it would be nice if we kind of because now the rest of the world does not put you on that pedestal anymore, and that's going to be hard to realize for you as a nation.
Well, so I think that, so here's what I say about that. I think that for Black and brown people in this country, that was never an issue, right? Because we've never been on the pedestal in this country, right? Ever.
True.
And I think for different groups of people, this is a wake up call. So I'll tell you what I said, like right after the 2024 election, and I started seeing more and more white women and saying, "Oh my gosh, they were scared," or whatever. And I said, "Do you know why? Because this is the first time you've ever had to be scared of your government." Right. So some of you all are feeling this because you've never been scared of your government before. Black and brown people are like, welcome to the fucking party. So, yeah, I think that's a difference. Some people are waking up and some of us have been awake the whole time.
And that's where your culture and your country is so very different, because that's why I would argue that America as a whole doesn't really have culture, because you guys don't have a shared lived experience as a people, because you are a combination of so many different lived experiences. So because you have Black history, slavery, that's a whole nother lived experience. So it's hard for you guys to have a unifying culture because you don't have the same lived experience as a country.
No, we definitely don't. And the shared lived experiences that we do have are not great, right? So the experiences that we did share together were often divisive and harmful. And nope, it wasn't even 9/11, sweetie. So sweetie, let me say this. It was not 9/11. We were not unified on 9/11. And if you don't believe me, ask any Muslim, ask any Hindu, ask any Sikh, ask anyone that appeared Muslim. And I'm going to tell you, if you really want an exercise in understanding what it was like, I want you to Google the hashtag after September 11, and you will see stories upon stories upon stories of what there were people that were killed because they were thought that there were children who could no longer play with their white friends. There were people who changed their names, right? There were people so I just need you to understand that we were not unified during that time, right? We were not. And so it's really important for people to understand that. It's why you see so many white people right now in response to what's happening in Iran, talking about what we should wait for another 9/11, right? That's why you see the Islamophobia that we have. No, we were not unified.
That's where Islamophobia started in the whole world.
Yes.
That's where Muslims became the villains of the world.
And there
was 15 people.
Yeah.
It was 15 people.
And here's the thing. Well, listen, if you were a Black American, you probably didn't experience racism, because for once there was somebody else that got to be the target for a while. Right. But I think for a lot of people, and a lot of people don't really realize Muslims were targeted for that, but there's a lot of conversation about who was actually responsible for what happened. And I don't want to get into all of that, but I just wanted to say, because the person in the comments said the last time was 9/11, and I needed to say, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. We need to understand what happened. Yeah.
I can give a good example on Danish people. What does that make us? Historically, we as a country has had unifying experiences. We had a rise against the monarchy. We had, there are identity things within our culture that most people, we're not a nation based on multiculturalism, immigration, all that things that you are. You guys are a country of multiculturalism.
Yeah.
So you don't really have it. And 9/11 wouldn't even, because that's a tragedy in another way. So it's not a lived experience, that's an event.
Yes.
It is the reaction, and it's what comes after that creates the unifying cultural experience, not an event in that way.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I think that I talk to people a lot about kind of what a lot of Americans are struggling with is being able to accept who we have been to many countries around the world, right? And so, you know, the global South has a very different opinion of the United States of America than Western countries, right? This idea that we might be considered a global superpower, right? But not in the same way, not with the same admiration, if you will. Yeah, it's a completely different thing. And I've had people that have just, as I've talked about the role that we played in Iran in the 1950s and in the 1960s and 1970s, people were like, what? And the role that we played in financing Saddam Hussein against Iran while we sold Iran weapons to then use money to give to the Contras. And, you know, the fact that we have on multiple occasions destroyed democracy that existed in other countries for our own gain or for the gain of the Brits, you know, and people are having a hard time.
Exactly.
Yeah, people are having a hard time. My cat just jumped up here.
That's amazing.
Get your tail
I
down.
have a dog that does the same.
Yeah.
When I do lives.
Yeah. It's my boy, Titan. But yeah. I love that. But no.
I 100% agree with you. And I think we should stand together. Like, you know, the way that we can meet and learn from each other and actually find communities of people who have humanity, who have empathy, who have, you know, like, who wants good things for our life and doesn't want them based on hate. And I think that's what we can find when we go online, or we can find the other things as well. But
right.
We have to be mindful on how we have conversations.
100%.
Hopeful.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I tell people. It's one of the reasons why I have, so they'll show you in the chat as soon as I start to say this. So I have this ingrained belief, and it's because I've seen it work time and time and time again, is that if you bring 4 things to every conversation, you will gain understanding, even if you don't gain agreement. And all right, so they know what it is. You see them already putting it in the chat. Carve. What does the C stand for, you guys? What does the C stand for? They know exactly what it is.
Oh, I love it. I love the community building.
Compassion.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful.
It's compassion. What's the A? Authenticity. You got it. What's the R? Respect. I saw it go up. And what's the V? Vulnerability. You got it. So I believe that if we bring compassion, authenticity, respect, and vulnerability to every conversation, we will gain understanding, even if we don't gain agreement. And I really believe that if we understand each other better, then we are less likely to vote for people that are going to hurt us and vote for policies that are going to hurt us. And I think that what has contributed to where we are is we've been in this for a decade. Like, I need for people to really understand, we have been in this really charged political rhetoric for a full decade. And then in the middle of that decade, we experienced a global pandemic, right? So that's a lot of trauma. That's a lot of really tough things that have been going on for a decade, right? Abusive. And so I think a lot of the anger and the hatred that you see coming from people is coming out of that, right? Fear and trauma and hurt. And so I feel like we are disconnected from each other. And so the more that we are able to build connection with each other, then the better we are going to be. It's the lack of connection that allowed 80,000 people to not even participate in the presidential election in 2024, right? And so it is, and we have to, and this is where it's harder, because I've had people say, you mean you want me to give respect to such and such? Absolutely, I do. I'm not saying be a doormat for them, but absolutely bring it to the conversation. Yeah, 80 million people did not vote in the presidential election, right? I need people to understand that. So yeah, so we need to bring, yeah.
I 100%, I don't even know, like you, I'm getting goosebumps because, you know, it's exactly the mindset that I am here for as well. Like I try, it's hard sometimes to listen to things that are tough.
Yeah.
It's hard to be compassionate when you're in a stressful situation, but it is so true. We have, that's what I mean when like grown-up conversations as well. We have to be able to listen to opposition. We have to be able to have conversations to understand what is going on. Because if we stop that, if we lose the art of conversation, we lose a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't want that.
When we lose the art of conversation, we lose the ability to connect. And connection is the most important thing that we could be cultivating right now. So I have, y'all, Paul can't even talk back to y'all. I done muted Paul's ass. What did I tell y'all about talking to the trolls and the bots? Stay focused. Put your blinders on, people. Stay focused. Put your blinders on. But yeah, so here's the thing. I think that it is the connection that will be it. So I don't know if you know this or not, but so like I wrote a project over the last two and a half months at the beginning of the year. And then I built a database of resources for people so that we could use them. And so I believe that there are 3 things that are necessary in the United States of America for us to get on track, right? Yeah, Project for the People is what it's called. So the way that the Heritage Foundation wrote Project 2025, the same way they wrote Project Esther, I wrote Project for the People. And yeah, and so what this does is it talks about the 3 things that we need. So one is we have to win elections. And how do we do that? The second part is conversations in communities, right? And the third is going to be government accountability. But we'll never get to point 3 if we don't do conversations in community that allows us to win elections, right? And so it's those types of things. Give me 1 second, Abu Siraj, and I'll bring you up. And so what does that look like for those of you guys that are wondering? If you've never heard me talk about Project for the People, put a 1 in the chat. So Sinjay, I'm going to show you kind of what I created for folks. Because I believe that this is what we have to be doing in order to build connection is we have to talk to people about the things that matter to them. You know what I mean? And that impact them. So let me drop my background and I'll show you just briefly what this looks like. So let me share for you guys over here. Oof. Okay. And now I'm going to bring it over here and I'm going to show you guys. So Sanjay, we have about, we have 46 states, people in 46 different states that have signed up to be part of this project. And then we represent over 10% of the counties in the United States. And we've only been at this for, today makes 6 weeks since I did a first webinar and told people about it. But this is a database that I created for people, right? And so like today, this weekend, we had days of actions where we went out into communities and we shared this information with people and we posted it across our socials. So somebody in the chat, give me 1 state and give me your congressional district. Any state and any congressional district. Yes, we do love Abu Siraj. Minnesota 7. I got you, Lenny. So watch. I created all of these graphics for everyone. And when people join the project, they get access to this Google Drive. And so I'm going to go to Minnesota, Congressional District 7. So 26,000 children and adults in Minnesota District 7 are going to lose their Minnesota medical assistance, which is their Medicaid, between now and 2034 because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. I tell them where the source is, right? And then I actually include the source in my Google Drive. In that same congressional district, 12,000 children and adults are going to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits, which is their food stamps, right? So I make these things accessible to people, and I have different graphics that are for the whole country at the same time. So like for example, if I do Florida, I'm just going to pick Florida 4. Wait, not Florida.
That's a lot of work, Dani.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
I've done it for all of the states so far. And let me see if Missouri is done. Somebody tell me the other states where I did, hold on. So, because I've started new graphics as well. Connecticut, Maxvoy, is that the one that I did? Nope. New Jersey. I know I did Jersey already. So I've started a third round of graphics, right? So we did something here where we did not expand the enhanced tax credits. Yes, Surf Good Hawaii is included. And so because we didn't extend these specific tax credits, in this district, there's going to be 23,000 additional people that are going to become uninsured solely because these tax credits went away. And our Congress was willing to shut down the government to not extend these tax credits. And all of this was done to give billionaires and centimillionaires a tax cut, right? But then we have nationwide resources. So, for example, if you look at this one, so there's a myth that adults that get Medicaid are choosing not to work and they're just getting benefits for free. But the reality is that the majority of adults that are on Medicaid are working. And it's regardless of whether or not they're a red state or a blue state, right? And so I've got several different ones up here as an example. And so the question that I ask is, why are we allowing rich people to make working class people blame each other because corporations don't pay a living wage? We shouldn't do that, right? So I make this available for people. Like the link to join the project is in my link tree. If you go to my link tree that's in my bio, then you can just sign up and then I'll email you the link to become part of this. What I'm going to ask is that you don't share the Google Drive to anybody that's not registered. And the reason why is I actually track where we are at and where people come from. So if you see, this is what our map looks like as of the other day, as of the 21st, I believe. Every star represents a person. And so we represent 46 states and 38 counties. So the only states we're missing are North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Alaska.
That's beautiful.
And so the
and
goal.
You guys need facts. Like you need truth in your country right now.
Yeah. So the way that you register is in my link tree, guys. The way that you register is in my link tree. The reason you did not get a link yesterday, folks, is because I haven't felt well for the past 2 days and I rested while my grandbabies were gone. So that is why you don't have it. You will get it today. But yeah, so the idea is I'm going to continue to build this database. There are links that are coming around our cuts in funding for the CDC. There are links that are coming around education and the changes that have taken place within the Department of Education under this administration. And so the goal is to give people access so they can knock on their neighbor's door and say, hey, listen, this is, you don't know me. I'm down the street, right? I found out some information for our congressional district and I just want to make sure you have access to it. If you have any questions, the source is on the bottom and not tonight, Warner. And the QR code is there. If you want more information, you can join one of our meetings, right? And so that way you generate conversation in your communities and you're not talking about Donald Trump. You're not talking about Joe Biden. You're talking about your actual issue that impacts you, right? And so that's what I think is we need to have more of.
I am amazed. That looks really, really cool. That's a really, really cool project.
It's a lot.
It's beautiful. I'm sad that I have to go. I'm 6 hours ahead. So it's 7 here. I'm just at my parents. So I'm going to get dinner with them.
Love that.
It was amazing to meet you.
You too.
And I will definitely check that out in your bio. And thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
And your chat is amazing. They're so nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. I like it here.
Yes. Well, I love that. Make sure you come back and enjoy your dinner with your parents.
Oh, well, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Good day.
absolutely. See ya. So, folks, for those of you that are wondering about this project, right? It is not about whether or not you are a Republican or whether you are a Democrat. It's literally about what is the truth about the facts, right? And so if I say it's because of the one big beautiful bill, that's because that's what they call it, right? Appreciate that, Max Voy. And we have to talk about these things directly, and not have it be, oh, well, you're a lib this and you're a Republican this and you're a maggot this and you're a da-da-da. Like, none of that serves us. None of that serves us. And what I really want people to understand is the same thing is true today that's been true since the beginning of time, right? It is the ultra wealthy, it is the rich that are driving these things for their own benefit at the expense of everyday people. And I just want to make sure that I say this to you all before I forget, okay? It is not about how hard you are willing to work. That's bullshit. It is bullshit that if you just work hard enough, you can achieve the American dream. That's bullshit. I know people that have worked hard their whole fucking lives and never achieved the American dream. I know people that have worked in factories. I know people that have worked in hospitals. I know people that have worked in school systems. I know people that have worked in fast food. I know people that have worked themselves to the bone 10 and 12 hours a day, 5 and 6 and 7 days a week, and never achieved this quote unquote American dream, right? Having an opportunity exist does not mean that you have access to that opportunity. So stop letting people gaslight you that it's about how much you are willing to work, because that's not the truth. That's not the truth. And nobody works less than some of these really, really rich people. I just want us to be clear about that. Okay. So appreciate you, Carlos. Okay. So give me 1 second. I'm going to bring up Abu Saraj real quick because I know he wanted to join. Right. True. Salam, Abu Saraj. How are you, friend?
Wa alaikum assalam. Hi, Dani. Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. And how is the family?
They are good. The grands will be back later on this afternoon.
Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, they will always be good and they will always make you proud.
Inshallah. Yeah.
I requested to share some updates with you. First, I will start with something personal in which something happened today with my best friend Jamal. He's my only friend, to be honest, and he has 3 beautiful kids. The youngest one today got attacked by a rat, and the rat bit him in his leg. And I know you must have heard from my other friends about how we are facing a rat problem here in Gaza. Mm-hmm. Because the Israeli occupation forces actually were releasing rats in the Palestinian areas on purpose. Yeah. And unfortunately, recently, a lot of our kids, especially the ones living in tents, were attacked by these rats. And you know, guys, the problem is not in how they can bite and how they are violent. The problem in the kind of diseases that can spread because of these rats. So imagine, living in a tent actually means living in the street. Right. You never feel safe in a tent. You never feel protected. Even not from insects, not from rats, and definitely not from bombardment and bullets. Right. This is one of the things that the people of Gaza have to worry about. And unfortunately, the international community is still unable to do anything regarding the suffering of the people of Gaza. Mm-hmm. And Israel keeps on collectively punishing all of us. Yeah. Another issue that the Ministry of Health recently talked about is the spread of scabies and the skin diseases among the displaced people. As you all know, guys, that we are about to be entering summertime. It's really hot during this time here in Gaza, and we will be facing a water scarcity problem during summer, which means that a lot of people will not be able to take showers. They will not be able to go to the bathroom, especially the ones living in tents. So all of this will definitely affect and increase the suffering and the struggle of the people who are living in these tents.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point this out because we need to remind everyone that the struggle of our people isn't over yet.
No.
Another important point that I would like to share with you is that today the Israeli occupation forces made an advancement. They surpassed the yellow line, and this advancement was located on Salah ad-Din Road. What does that mean? It means that for the people who are trying, for example, to go from Deir al-Balah to Gaza City, it will become even more dangerous for them to do so.
Yeah.
Because they expanded the yellow zone and they put yellow cubes, which means that anyone passing through that area will be in danger of being shot at from the Israeli occupation forces. And they unalived 3 Palestinians earlier this morning in that area. So the genocide continues. And when it comes to the violations, we have lost counting. They have violated the ceasefire so many times.
Yep.
And the mediators, especially the US, is not doing anything about it. And this is the dilemma that we are facing, Dani. The problem is that when the mediator is actually your enemy, you don't know what to do in this case. We have the US acting like a mediator, but in fact, they are turning the blind eye to all of the Israeli violations taking place in the Gaza Strip. On the other side, the Palestinians are not violating anything. The resistance, they have shown responsibility. They did not attack the Israeli forces. They did not pose a threat to anyone. And they are respecting their part of the deal. But on the other side, Israel follows this policy of you seize and we fire. They are doing it in Lebanon. They are doing it in Gaza. And who knows, they might do it in Iran as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, to Dani, we don't know what to do anymore. We have tried every possible way to attract attention to what is happening in Gaza. And we thought that after a lot of people have become well aware of what is happening, we thought that the situation is going to change. But unfortunately, we are still suffering and we are still struggling and we don't know what to do anymore. When I think about my life, I feel like the past 3 years were stolen from me because I'm stuck in the same point, unable to get married, unable to travel, unable to find a job, unable to do anything with my life. We are just waiting for the unknown. And it's a scary feeling because we are all expecting like an escalation to take place in the coming days. Because we know Benjamin Netanyahu, every time he feels cornered, he decides to attack the people of Gaza because that's what gets him support from his settler society.
Yeah.
So I wanted to come up just to share my frustration because every day when I am done with my life, I go to sleep and I start thinking about everything.
He's just got a bit of an internet delay.
The future, about tomorrow.
Yeah. So for those of you
start
guys
thinking about tomorrow and the future, but do you still hear me or?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, if you want to say something, go ahead. I'm sorry for the monologue. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to let everything out.
Yeah, no, you are fine, and there's no reason to say you're sorry at all. There was a delay in the internet, but that's okay. So for those of you guys who do not know and you're not familiar with Abu Siraj, please make sure that you follow him. He is in Gaza. And he does a live every afternoon, and he does updates about what's happening in Palestine and in Gaza. For those of you guys that are asking, how can you help? So the way that I think about that is in short-term and long-term help. So in short-term, immediate hope and help, one of the ways that you can do that, if you're on TikTok, is what you all are doing right now in terms of the gifting. What they are able to do is they are able to take the gifting, turn it into crypto, and then use it to buy some of the things that they need. Things that are in Gaza are ridiculously expensive. And I mean, insanely expensive. Whether it's food, whether it's diapers, whether it's baby formula, it costs a lot. So that's one thing. There are also links in their bios. So I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel. If you want to do something outside of TikTok, right, that helps them directly, is you can click their names, you can go to their bios, and you can give directly via the bios. You can also look for, I have a whole section that's in my link tree that says Palestinian support links. All of those links that are in there are people that I know directly. And those are people that need help, that are in Gaza. And everyone needs help, just so you understand that. But these are just people that we've developed relationships with, and we can tell you about them. So this is what I'm going to do really quickly. Yeah, it's Abu, A-B-U, Lorraine, and then Siraj, which is S-I-R-A-J. Hello, Hussein. Hello, Wasim. So that's his name. So like if you're in my link tree, you will see a link for Mohammed OS. Mohammed OS is married, but also within his area, he has his mother, his father, his sister, his wife, his toddler little boy, Osama, and then he has 4-month-old twins. They sleep in a tent. The other day he was asking, what did we know of that would keep rats away? Because the rats were trying to get to the babies. Babies smell like milk. You all know this, right? So that's going to attract rats. And so we were thinking of peppermint, and we were thinking of this. And he was like, well, I did put some peppermint, but it didn't work. And so it's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it is a real issue for folks. So you're welcome, Lorraine. So these are the ways that you can help. Yep. We told them cinnamon, we told them peppermint, all of those different types of things. So what I'm going to do really quickly for those of you guys that are in the chat. So 2 things that are really important. Okay. Number 1 is, cornmeal will unalive rats. Okay. I don't know if they can get access to cornmeal, but we can't deliberately woke. So the only people that I know of that have been able to get things to them has been Calamantina. Calamantina is a Palestinian American nonprofit. And their link is also in my bio. I don't know if A-Money and them have thought about getting, or if they even have the ability to get Irish soap to them or not, but that would be a thing. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to ask you guys to do. I'm going to bring some folks up on the panel. I'm going to do my best to tell you about the people that I'm going to bring up on the panel. If you have the ability to recharge your coins, please do that. The other thing that's really important is I need you all to keep talking in the chat. Keep typing in English. Keep talking about what's happening here in the United States. That way we can continue to have the live reach out. So keep liking, keep chatting, keep sharing, because that helps keep the live going, because TikTok will sometimes change viewership if they notice that I'm running what I call a Pally panel, right? So it's a panel for our Palestinian friends. So keep chatting, keep talking. But we're going to keep talking about some of these things. No, there's no way to send a package, Cheryl. Debbie, there's no way to send a package. It's not like there's not a postal system and an address system and all of those types of things. It doesn't exist. So that's why I said the 2 ways to really help short-term, immediate, is the TikTok gifts and using their links. right? So those are the two main ways. Long term, you need to be pressuring your members of Congress to stop supporting Israel. Let me just say this to you all, because this is a fact. If we stop arming Israel, they are not able to do what they are doing in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in Lebanon. Like, you need to understand that the weapons that they get are from us. The things that we do, like, listen, did you all know that when we have weapons that we have laws against using, we send them to Israel because they don't have those laws, and they test them out on Gaza? I don't know if you all know that or not. But that's a real thing. Like, I really want people to understand that that's a thing. One of the Air Force members that used to be part of that program, he literally came out and started speaking about it. And then he said he really needed to, he said he just needed to tell the truth because he could no longer participate in it once he was over there and he saw what happens. Okay. So I'm gonna alternate on this panel. I need to bring up some folks that are in the States. And then every other box in the beginning is going to be folks that are in the States, and then folks that are in Palestine. So, and while we do this, I want to share just some information. Okay. Ask questions and do all of those things. So give me 1 second. I need to do some space holders, right? Which means folks that are here in the States, so that TikTok will be nice to me as we do this, today. So give me just a second, folks. Okay. And once I get some folks on this panel, I will, what is happening? Man, it changed like right in front of my face while I was doing this. Give me 1 second. As soon as I get folks on the panel, I will share information with you. Okay. So just alaikum salam. Give me just a moment, folks. Okay. While we do this. And it would be great if we could get, hey, Hussein, I'm good. I'm good. How are you? It would be.
How are you, Siraj? How are you, everyone?
It would be great if we could get folks to at least 2K in coins. Okay. If that's possible. So I'm just.
Hello, Dani.
Hello, Raja.
Dani, thank you for having me. I would like to leave a space for others. Thank you so much.
I got you.
Allowing me to speak.
Yeah.
بصراحة كيف حالك وتعزينا لك يعني الله يسعدك ربنا يصبركم ويصبر أهله.
تعازي على شيء ما ماتش الولد يا زلمة.
لا صاب وانصاب تقريبا سامحني.
Okay.
Have a lovely day, everyone. كلهم اتأسفوا في التعليقات فكرنا الأمر أخطر من هيك.
Big W, Nicole. Appreciate you with the dinosaurs. So this is something else that you will notice about Palestinian people is Abu Siraj had almost like 5,000 coins. And he immediately said, Dani, thank you for having me. I want to drop down so that I can leave another space for another Palestinian. That is something that they do that is just amazing. You will see them do that quite often. I even sometimes will get messages and they'll say, Dani, take me down so that you can bring somebody else up. So we would love to do a 2 or 3K goal today for everybody. But I want to tell you a little bit about the people that are up here right now. So this is my friend Raja up here at the top. He's got 3 babies. He's a journalist in Gaza. He and his family are in a tent and have been in a tent for quite a while now. So appreciate you guys. And then this box underneath Carla, this is Hussein. Hussein has cancer. He has lymphoma. He literally has a tumor in the side of his neck that is about the size of a lemon. He needs care outside of Gaza. If you know anything about that, you know that Israel isn't really letting a whole lot of people get out of Gaza to get the medical attention and the medical care that they need. And he is one of those people. And then the box below Shantae is Allah Shak Shak. Allah Shak Shak is also a Palestinian journalist. He has a heart condition. He's a dad, he's a granddad, and he truly needs to get out of Gaza as fast as he possibly can. Like I said, he does have a link as well. He has it in his bio. He also has it in my link tree. If any of you all have connections with like the World Health Organization or people like that, and you can help facilitate these folks being able to get out and get into other countries, then that would be greatly appreciated. I personally don't have any of those connections, but if you do, they really do need them, right? Because they have significant health issues. So just want to share that with folks. This is my friend. He always makes me smile when I get to see his face. We love them. These folks are like our family. We love them tremendously. And here's what's so funny is I want to keep them up longer, but I also want to rotate out for other people to get help. So that's the challenge, right? It always makes me very happy when I get to see their faces. And I also know that we need to help as many people as possible. So we'll do that today. I appreciate you all greatly. So Shantae, I can't remember if you speak Arabic or not.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not to translate what you want me to.
Okay, girl. Okay, so hold on. I thought that might be the case. So give me a second.
I can say certain things, but just I know what you want me to say. I can't say.
It's okay. Okay, so hold on. So let me say, Raja, what's up? Raja, what's up? Okay.
Dani, thank you, Dani.
Oh, I forgot who's saying it. You're welcome, Allah Shak Shak.
Very, very sick, Dani.
Yes.
I am very, very sick, Dani. Please, all live, please check my PayPal in bio. Please.
Got you. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave Allah Shak Shak up for a minute. He's really, really sick, as you can tell. Hussein, can you tell me what's going on with your medication and stuff like that?
I still in my situation. There's nothing.
Nothing's changed.
My medical situation, yes.
Okay.
Only I can take medicine, painkiller only.
Okay.
As you know, all border closed from Israel forces. We can't move on.
I got it.
Move to take medical attention.
Yeah.
As you know.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Thank you, Dani. Thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, Hussein. You're more than welcome. Situation still the
same. For all your community and your friends.
Salam, Dani. How are you?
Thank you.
Salam Noor. Yeah, I'm good. So, Hussein, can you? I'm gonna let Allah Shak Shak stay up for a little longer because I know he needs some medicine and things like that.
Okay, I'm gonna drop down now. Can tell anyone else.
Yeah, and then come to.
حتبدل بين تشينج يعني تعمل تغيير في القستات عشان موجودين في التعليقات.
Okay, my friend.
شكرا راجع. Yeah. Wallah, I love you. Wallah, I love you guys. Love you too. Bye. Okay, so I'm gonna bring some.
I understood what he said. I just can't say it. So.
It's okay, Shantae. It's okay, Shantae. So I'm going to bring up, so the box up top, Noor, I also know he has some things going on. I haven't had a chance to read his messages. For those of you guys who follow me, you know that I've had to go to the doctor Thursday and Friday myself. And I needed to rest the past 2 days. So that's why I haven't been checking messages and doing all of that, because I've had my own medical stuff going on and needed to rest a little bit. So let me do, I'm going to, oh my goodness. So many of our folks are in here. Okay. So give me a second, folks. I'm going to bring some folks up. Give me 1 second. Appreciate you, Colleen. Okay. So woof, where did he go?
Appreciate you, Colleen.
So that is Bilal up at the top. As you can see, he's also, you guys can see, Alaikum Salam. He's also a Palestinian journalist. Let me see what I've got. I've got 4 USA, right? I got Witch, Shantae, Carla, and Jamie. That's all USA. And I've got Allah, Shak, Noor, and Bilal. So I have one more space for another Palestinian, which I'm going to do right now. I want you all to remember that you don't have to wait for them to hit the panel, okay? I want you to remember that you can go into the request box and you can click them. I got you. I got Mo.
Salam, Dani.
Salam, Mohammed. And you can use their links and you can, alhamdulillah. I'm good. I am good. Let me see if I can. I'm good. There, see? Hi, Baba. So, oh, hey, Bilal. I see the little ones. Yeah, alhamdulillah. I'm good. I am good. Mwah. Yeah. I am good. So, for those of you all who do not know, this bottom box that says Muhammad, inshallah, this is Muhammad OS's dad. Hey, Mohammed. Hi, Bilal. Hi, Habibi. Hi, Habibi. Into Galabi, Habibi. Miss you. Wallah. Wallah, Habibi. Love you. He's so cute. So, and this is also, they get excited because they're in different places as well. And so when they're on and they all turn their cameras on, they get to see each other as well. So we love that for them. Look, there's one of the twins. Hiya. Hiya.
The twins.
Haysam sleep. Hiya. So this is the baby girl, Hiya. See how beautiful she is? And then her twin, he's asleep right now. As you can see, guys, they are in a tent, right? I hear him, Bilal.
Yes.
They are in a tent. Mattress is on the floor. But oh, he's knocked out. I love that. They're beautiful. They're so beautiful. For those of you all who kind of want to know, it is $30 a week to get the boys are always asleep. It's $30 a week to get enough milk to feed one of the twins. So for Muhammad OS, it is $60 a week to feed both of the twins. And then he's got a toddler whose name is Osama as well. Noor, I saw your youngin on here too. Love that. I saw your little boy too. So this is how they live. And you know what I find so amazing about them is you see all the smiles. Yes.
This is my daughter Lazar.
Oh, hi. Hi, Habibti. So beautiful, Habibti. Oh, alhamdulillah. Keith Halleck.
هذه بنت نزل.
Oh my goodness gracious.
How are you?
How are you?
Oh, I am alhamdulillah. I'm good. How are you? Keith Halleck. I'm good. Hi, Habibi. Big sister's checking him out.
This is my family.
I know. They're so beautiful. He said, come here, look. He's got a crown on. Okay. He said, I want the phone. Hi, Habibti. So beautiful. So I am good. How are you?
My name's Layla.
This little one's not happy. You hear? Yeah. So, Noor, I will check.
I have link. Can you share, inshallah?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I send inshallah.
In the message.
Link.
Okay. Yes.
Message. Okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Dani.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. You're very welcome. So.
How are you, Shanti? Where are you, Allah?
Shante, Bilal talking to you.
This is my
Shanti, where are you? It's so amazing because their ability to still smile. And one of the things they always say is joy is resistance. Joy is resistance, you know? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start to, I'm going to start to rotate folks out. Oh, there's Osama. I see Osama. Mohammed, where's Osama? Yeah, there he is. There's our little man. He said, get off me. Hi, Osama. Wala, Osama. It is. He's tired. Y'all remember it's like 8:30 there, so he's tired. Yeah. So I'm going to rotate folks out so I can bring some more people up. Okay, folks? Okay. I'm going to rotate folks out. Okay. So I can bring some more people up. Okay. Love you, Walla. Love you, Walla. I'm going to bring some more people up. Okay. They're looking at me like crazy.
We all love you. All love you.
Well, we love you. Walla, we love you. Osama's down there being cute. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow, but I'm going to bring some more folks up. Okay. Noor, send me your link. Okay. So, you guys, if you're able to do so, it would be great if I can, bring up some more folks and get at least 2K, inshallah. That would be amazing. They make me emotional today. Because, where did, I cannot, I'm looking. Y'all, where did Mo go? Okay, I found him. I was like, where did Mo go?
Hello, my friend. Hello, Dani.
Hello, Wasim.
Welcome, my friend. Wasim, very miss you, Wasim. Wallah, Wasim, very miss you.
Yeah, we've missed you too.
Very crazy. Internet very crazy.
Yes, internet very crazy. Yeah, yeah, I haven't.
Welcome, Dani. Welcome, Dani.
So for everybody, this is Wasim. he's got a couple of little ones too. He's got a baby and a toddler. Hi, Nihad.
1 minute, Danny. 1 minute.
Okay, so Mo, that's beside me right here. He is a great friend, and so just so that you all know, Mo has done a couple of things. He's done several projects throughout the last 6 to 7 months or so. And so like he did during Ramadan, he did Ramadan baskets for families. I believe they did like 100 chickens or 100 baskets. See them back there in that picture? Let me expand him. And so when he has a link in his bio, but you can also do that. And so he actually helps other people in the community as well. And he has currently right now, what he's doing is shoes for the babies in Gaza. So shoes, clothing, shoes, Pampers, food, all of it's expensive. And so, hey, Marilyn, so being able to do like 25 bucks helps get shoes for the kiddos. So remember that he also has a link in my bio and in his bio, right? And you'll be able to help him get shoes for the kiddos that's in his community as well. Okay. So yeah, so that's Mo. By the way, in the middle of a G side. Yeah, as soon as I brag on you. But listen, so in the middle of a G side, he graduated from school with a 90.3 in the middle of a G side. Raja, who was up here earlier, his daughter graduated with a 94% in the middle of a G side, y'all. It's amazing. Yeah, go ahead, Mo. You want to give an update? I got you, Wasim.
Danny, big box. Danny, big box.
You are on the big box. Give me 1 second, Mo. Hi, Habibi. Mwah. 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 He's blowing me kisses. Mwah. He tickles me with this. Okay. Bilal, yes, I got your message, Bilal. Yeah, he's super cute, right? Hi, Habibi. He's so beautiful. The babies are. So Mo wants to give you guys an update for the shoes. You know, it's hard to get a word in with Wasim, y'all. He is so excited.
How are you, Mom, Mona? How are you, Mama?
Yeah, Mama is good.
I am good, Mom.
Yeah.
Wallah, very miss you.
Yeah. Voila. She's good.
The block live
7 days.
The block live.
Okay.
1 week.
I got it. 1 week.
I was very sad. Wallah, Dani. Wallah, was very sad.
I know. BB. So cute. Just looking. Love you too, Wasim. So I want to tell, so before I have Mo give his update real quick, I also want to tell that Nahad, this box that's down here in the corner, folks, her husband was martyred during the G side. She is a widow. She has just TikTok is the only way for her to get coins and things to be able to take care of the babies. So if you have the ability to help her out, please do that. Okay, please do that. Okay.
Dani.
Yes, Wasim.
Dani.
Yes.
Dani.
Yes.
Listen.
There she
Banana. Listen. Banana يعني. Listen. قبل يعني. قبل. Very English. قبل تفاحة. Banana. موزة. بطيخة. وترميلون.
Sway English.
Salma, 4 years.
4 years old.
Yeah.
Hi, Habiti. So beautiful the babies are. We lost somebody. I lost Mo. That's who he's teaching her English, but he's learning from some of our folks that they've connected on WhatsApp. Yeah, we lost Mo. He's back. I got him. Okay, so Wasim, I'm going to rotate some other people in, okay? Okay. Love you.
I love you.
We love you, Intagalbi. Love you.
باي باي. سلامات يا مو. سلامات يا منهاد.
Okay. Okay, so let me replace his box really quickly, folks. Give me 1 second. Let me replace his box really quickly. Okay, so Mo, go ahead and give your update on the shoes.
Thank you. So we finished the goal, which was $12.50 just 3 days ago, because I'm an amazing guy. I was in a live, and when I went down from that live, I checked. He told me to check the ally and in my bio, and boom, he just sent a full K. Alhamdulillah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was amazing. So now, the money just reached me, alhamdulillah. But today I have a full schedule. Like I have 3 assignments that I have. The day after tomorrow, I'm gonna go to Gaza City. I'm gonna do the first half in Gaza City, and the day after that is gonna be the second half here in Deir al-Balah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
So we're moving.
I love that. So for those of you guys that are on Facebook and YouTube, you didn't hear, he was in a live the other day, and somebody in that live told him to check his link when he got out of the live, and so he did. And the guy gave 4K, right? So he's going tomorrow, and he'll do half of that helping out people in Gaza City, and then he'll do the other half in Deir al-Balah, helping out the folks that are in Deir al-Balah. And this is the thing that I love about when you get to know the Palestinian people, is there's always a sharing and a taking care of each other. There's always this, it's never I got 4K and it's going to be for me. It's going to be, okay, we want to make sure that we can take care of as many of our people as possible. And they just have like the greatest, amazing heart, even in the midst of everything that they are doing. So tomorrow, Mo, are you doing food? Are you doing shoes? What are you doing?
So yeah, we're doing shoes this time for kids under 8 years old, males and females. It's gonna be like fancy ones. I have a photo of the initiative.
Look at that. Yep.
This one. And then I'm sorry, I'm in the street. I lost connection in my tent, but yeah, this is the initiative. It's gonna be about shoes. So yeah, it's for kids because it's kind of dangerous in here, sand, rubble, metal pieces and stuff, and we have a lack of medicine treatment, so it's gonna be bad for kids,
Yeah.
to recover if God forbid they have an injury or something. So yeah, I decided to do a small thing. It's not a big amount, but it can be helpful. Like 50 pairs of shoes, we can kind of prevent 50 kids from dangerous stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and it is not a small thing. It's a big thing. It's an amazing thing. So what a lot of people don't realize is that, number one, it's very important for people to understand that the G-side is still happening, right? Israel is still unaliving Palestinians. Things have really escalated in the West Bank as well. But where they are in Gaza and in Deir al-Balah and those other places, there's so much destruction. You see rubble. You see. I got you. Raja be messaging me. So it's really important for people to know that there's rubble, there's sharp things, there's glass, there's I got you, Raja. Shukran, Raja. There's glass, there's metal, there's debris, there's even Abu Siraj had talked about this, about some of the times there are devices that didn't go off, and sometimes the kids can pick those things up and things like that, and the kids can be devastated by those types of things. And so he's getting them shoes, which is amazing. And then it protects their feet as they're walking around and trying to go to school and all of those different things. So,
Dani.
Yes.
Just a second. I'm sorry to interrupt. Carla asked me to do a small announcement for the people that spam in the comments.
Yes.
If I may.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I wanted to say in Arabic. إخواننا في غزة حبايبنا، لو سمحتوا ما تكرروا التعليقات لأنه هذا الشيء بضاعف البث وهم بصعب عليهم يشوفوكم. فلو سمحتوا بطئوا التعليقات شوي. هم شايفين كل الطلبات. يعطيكم العافية. Yeah, that's good then.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. Love that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and rotate a couple of the boxes, folks. If we can get Anas over here to at least 2K, that would be amazing. And then what I need is for my folks that are gifting and that are helping out. I just need for you all to share with me when we are reaching the end of capacity for today. Okay, so I just need y'all to help me with that so that I know. Okay. Can you try to do that? I have not seen Zena today. Has anybody else seen Zena? Because I haven't seen her today. I don't think I saw her yesterday either. I don't think I saw either of them. I don't think I saw her either day. You guys. Yes, no, maybe. You haven't seen her, Linda?
No, maybe.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Soha.
How are you, Sister Dani?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, I am good. Yeah. So as you can hear, Soha also has babies in there. A lot of their communities are together with their families, you know, and so it's just really important to remember that, and they still go to school, they still learn. It's amazing to see how they operate in their communities, even in the circumstances that they are in, and all of the things that they endure. It's absolutely amazing. So, look, frustrated. He mad. You saw that face at first, y'all? So cute. Yeah. Hi, Habibi. Right. Y'all saw it. Okay. All right. So Mo, I'm going to rotate you out. Zena did. Okay. Which, thanks for letting me know. All right, Mo. Okay. So, folks, this is just a small way that we attempt to help out folks. Right. And it is very hard for her. Which I don't know. I think I added her link to the link tree. So
Sister Dani.
yes.
Look, Sister Dani.
Soha, what is that? Soha, what is that?
إذا في حدا يحكي لها إنه هذا من الحشرات يعني وبنتي عندها حساسية كل فترة هذا بيطلع لها.
Because of the insect in the tent, she say.
It's because of the insects in the tent?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh my God, yeah.
أنا بنتي كل فترة يعني بتتحسس زي هيك كل فترة حتى عينيها بيسكروا من الحشرات يعني تتبهدل.
Also her eyes. Allah.
She's
sick.
Can you ask her, does she have the medication that she needs to treat those?
Okay, بتقول لك اختي عندك العلاج لازم للحشرات هذه ولا عينيها؟
والله لا والله ما عندي العلاج ابدا لكن انا حطيت لها يعني من البرهم الموجود عندي من قبل لانه انت عارف العلاجات والمبيدات هذه كلها لها اسعارها.
No, she don't, Dani, because it's so expensive.
Yeah.
She don't have money.
Okay, so yeah, Mo said, she said no. Okay, so questions that I have. So I'm asking specific questions. I need to know, one, does she have a link? And then two, how much is the medication?
Okay. بتسألك عندك لينك يا أختي؟
عندي في البايو go find me.
Yes,
أما
اوكي
شو هو؟
كملي يا أختي.
بحكي لك عندي رابط للحملة موجود.
Yeah, she have a link in bio.
Okay. 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 That's all. And can you ask her how much the medication is?
قديش يا اختي بكلف العلاج؟
والله يا أنا والله ما
السلام
بعرف
عليكم.
صراحة. أنا كل
عليكم
فترة بنتي
السلام.
إلا زي هيك بيعطوها إبر حتى للحساسية كل فترة.
يعني
بس
تقريبا.
والله ما بعرف صراحة، يعني أنا ما أخذتها ولا بعرف كم علاجه.
والله
لأنه أنا عندي
يعني
طفل تاني وعندي متطلبات له للطفل الثاني، يعني عنده حليب وعنده بامبرز ومسؤوليات
She doesn't
يعني
know.
أهم من هيك.
She doesn't know. Okay.
أشياء كثيرة.
Oh, she doesn't know, yeah.
I'll try to find out.
Exactly the number, but I think it's around $50 maybe. The whole medicine.
Okay. I'll try to find out.
Maybe more.
To my folks that are in here, I thought I was clicking on Sammy, and you know how TikTok sort of rearranges people. So I don't know about the box that I just selected, and I don't even know if it's a verified box. If somebody can help out, that would be amazing. Because I thought I was clicked on Sammy, but you know how TikTok be changing shit out in the order of things. So it's not Sandy. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If you want to rotate me, thank you, wallah, and thank all the gifters, wallah, mashallah. You're doing a great job every day, mashallah. Big W.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, Mo. And listen, so she's not here right now, but she does have a link that's in my profile. I need to say this to everybody. So Anas and Mo's sister, her name is Amal, and she goes by Sophia in Gaza. She has asked me, she's told me something private, so I'm not going to share it with you all. What I can tell you is that it is important. It is, she has to take a specific medication right now for a really important reason. And so for those of you guys who know Amal,
Dani, can I jump in really quick? She was on A Money's live last night, and she got a lot of help, so we were able to help her.
Love that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carla. Appreciate that. Big damn W to whoever the whale was for Soha. Okay, got it. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for that info, Carla, because I had not a clue. Yes, thank you. Okay, love that. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay, so I'm going to rotate out really quickly, and let me see.
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Dani. How are you?
Alaikum salam, Sammy. Where's Wadmi? There she is. No, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I am good. I am good. Keep Halak, Sammy.
Allah, I am sick. Hi, Dani. It meant.
I got you. Wadmi has not felt good for a little while now, as well. Yeah, I can hear you, Wadmi.
Hi, Dani. How are you? Hi, Dani Cam. Dani's Cam.
I'm okay. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, sis.
Alhamdulillah.
How are you? By the way, Janaya, for 2 days, she said you went to a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah. No, I've had some symptoms, and I don't know if you can see, I have swelling in my neck right here. And so it just a few different symptoms happening. And so they did some blood work on Thursday, and then they have to do an ultrasound of my thyroid on May 4th. So they think that it's Hashimoto's, which is another autoimmune disease. That's what they think it is.
Are you getting better? This is the important.
Yeah. So once we do the ultrasound, then we'll be able to know for sure, and then I'll be able to get the medicine. So.
Oh, you didn't get your medicine.
Right. Nope, not yet. Nope, not yet, because they did the blood work on Thursday. Yeah. So that's why, like the last 2 days, I went live and then I just went to sleep. And I just rested after that.
And Sandy's father.
وعاد
They said
حبيبتي
her
بس
father is
في
not
مجال
okay.
تحكي لها هدول إبر مكتوب لي يعني من الدكتور ما قدرت أشتري لها هدول الإبرتين وأنا مكتوب لي أشتري 8 إبر الكورس
She
تمام
said she needs to buy this.
يعني ما قدرت أشتري غير
She
هدول
cannot until now.
إذا بيساعدوني
buy
أقدر
this
أشتري باقي العلاج.
You hear me, guys?
Yeah, you said she needs to buy this. What is it?
Yeah, she needs to buy 8 of this.
Okay.
She cannot until now. She doesn't have the price of it, the cost of it.
Got it. Okay, I got it. Yeah, so for those of y'all who don't know, it is so okay, I want to share with you something that Abu Siraj shared with me. He said, number one, they don't let enough aid into Gaza, right? And then he said that, yeah, which was asking if that was medicine, Wadmi, that she was showing us.
Yeah, medicine.
Yeah.
Metals.
And he said, not only are they not letting enough aid in, when they send aid in, right? A lot, I got you, Blue Honey Pot, a lot of the trucks that come in, maybe half of them will, 80% of Gaza are in tents and they are displaced, like 80%, right? But half of the trucks that come in, half of it will be for merchants, and only the other half will go towards the Gazans that are displaced and that are in tents. And so it's not enough for the people that need it, right? It's just not enough. And so what those other half that's coming in and it goes to the merchants, then the merchants sell it to the Gazans and it's very expensive, right? So like a tomato might be $5. Like it's just absolutely wild, the cost of things. And so, you know, one outfit for a kid might be $25. It's just very expensive. And so I just really want people to understand the situation, right? And there's no ability to make money for many people. So, you know, like when I had the chance to talk with Mohammed OS's father, he was telling me how he used to work. Hi, Habibi. How he used to work in the hotel and he used to clean the hotel and do this. Hi. Hi, how are you? Keep halek, Habibi. Alhamdulillah. And so he used to talk about, you know, and the fact that now he doesn't have the ability to work and to make the income that he used to be able to do before the G side, you know? So it's just important that everybody know that. And I want to just for a moment, I want to talk about Wadmi down here because Wadmi is in the West Bank and the West Bank doesn't get enough attention. Things have really accelerated in the West Bank with Israeli settlers coming in and targeting Palestinians that are in the West Bank, taking homes, hurting them. One of the things that people don't understand about the West Bank is it is an illegally occupied territory. Israel has the West Bank so segregated that they've literally segregated their water system, right? So in the West Bank, you don't have access to the same water system that the Israeli settlers do. You are not allowed to collect rainwater even in the West Bank. You're not allowed to dig new wells or deepen existing wells. You're like, it's literally everything that you do is limited. You would have to go through the Israeli government in order to get a permit, which is very difficult and usually does not happen. So it's really important for people to know that that's what's happening. What has happened and continues to happen in Gaza is horrible, right? And it's also horrible what is happening in the West Bank. And they are two different types of atrocities. They are two different types of Go ahead,
They
Wadmi.
attacked my area before, I don't know how much days before me. During the war, they attacked my area and they burned a house and a car and they destroyed a house, the settlements, not the caps or
Yeah.
soldiers, the settlements.
The settlers did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I have four of that around my area, 4 of settlements. We
4
can't
settlements.
enter any roads or streets without seeing them.
Yeah. So when
And
she
until now, the Siyars, still the streets that they closed it still until now.
So what she's referring to and what maybe you, so when she talks about a settlement, right, it is where violent Israeli settlers come into the West Bank and they will terrorize the people in that community. Sometimes it will be tearing up their gardens, or sometimes it will be burning down their houses. Sometimes it will be, you know, physically assaulting them. Settlers have killed Palestinians in the West Bank. And sometimes these settlers are accompanied by the IDF. Sometimes, and the IDF protects them. The IDF will watch them while they do these things. Sometimes the IDF participates in these things. And then they end up terrorizing this community over a long enough period of time until they end up taking over that community. And that community, they end up driving out and taking over all of the homes that used to belong to Palestinians. And then they create it into a settlement for
every day they take a space of our land, and many of us are in prison.
Okay, Blue Honey Pot, got you.
Every day we have martyrs.
Yeah, every day.
Sorry for interrupting you.
And so I really want everybody to understand what is happening. And I wanted to take a minute to make sure that I talked about the West Bank, because we talk about Gaza a lot. And I really want people to know what's happening in the West Bank as well, because it has accelerated a whole lot. And you need to understand that Israel is attacking Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine all at the same time. And it's not something that stops. So it's just really important for people to know. I'm going to let you all know that from what I understand, and somebody in the comments tell me if it's different, but from what I understand is we have enough to get the people that are on the panel to 2K, and then we're going to be out for today. If it's different, somebody let me know, but that's what I got, is that, thanks, Shantae, is that we've got enough to get everybody to 2K, and then that's all that we have for today. Wadmi, can you do me a favor? And can you make an announcement and tell everybody that we're out for like today, but that I will do another panel on Tuesday?
Thank you, Dani.
You're welcome. Allah shak shak.
اوكي داني يا جماعه اليوم خلص، مش راح تطلع حدا، راح تفتح كمان مره يوم الثلاثاء، فمش راح تطلع حدا حاليا.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, Dani.
Love you, sis. You guys take care, okay?
Inshallah.
Inshallah. So you know,
bye Dani, bye guys.
Bye Wadmi. I just want everybody to understand that, you know, there's never been a ceasefire in Gaza. What's happening in the West Bank is illegal, should not be happening. And for folks in the States, the really important thing that I want you to get is that without the United States of America backing Israel, they would not be able to do what they are doing. It all comes back to us. And the other day I talked to you about, so everybody heard about this proposal, and they heard about the 7 Democrats that voted in favor of giving these Caterpillar dozers, caterpillar. What am I trying to say, y'all? Yeah, the D9. Yeah, the bulldozers. Thank you all. Holy geez, I couldn't get it out. The bulldozers. And so there were 7 Democrats that couldn't even vote not to send the bulldozers, right? But even more than that, I want you to understand that there were only 36 members of Congress, only 36 that voted against sending Israel 1,000 bombs. 12,000 1,000-pound bombs. That's what our Congress is still willing to send after seeing, like, for real genocide in Gaza for years now. What is wrong with us? I need you all to understand that that actually violates our own laws. Do you all know that we are not supposed to equip and supply and fund people that are using weapons to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity? That violates our own law. And it's really important that we understand that. Right, the Leahy Law. And there's more than one. That's one of them, absolutely. But that violates our own law. We are not supposed to do that. So I really want you all to get that and to let that sink in, that our Congress is allowing that to happen. And I'm lying. No, Congress is making that happen. It's not that they're allowing it. They are making it happen, because without their votes, it wouldn't happen. Thank you, Colleen. So big W to all the gifters. I have been on an hour and a half longer than I originally intended, but it was because we had such a great live today. We had such awesome participation. And then all of our Pally folks joined us as well. So it was a really amazing live today. I appreciate you all. If you have not joined Project for the People, and you want to be part of something that really can make an impact between now and the midterms and beyond, please go to my link tree and use the first link that's in there and join. Okay. I'll be sending out emails either later tonight or first thing in the morning. If you're on TikTok, make sure that you touch this red heart up here and collect all of your points. I have talked for an hour and a half longer than I intended, and my throat is hurting, and the grandbabies are coming here in 2 hours. So that means I need to get things cleaned up before they come bombarding back in here. So, I love you guys, mean it. And I will see you all tomorrow. And I should be on at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If not,